fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Good morning. Good morning. It's time to wake and bake. Just kidding. Good morning, everybody. It's early, man. I couldn't wait to talk about this. Boy, do I have a show for you. Do I have a show for you? It's been a long night, so I'm not on camera. So please don't hold that against me this morning. I've got one hell of a show for you. Jay for Justice is going to earn her damn money today, I tell you. Because this all started out, right? I was just going to go over Clues Live. And, there was a couple texts that, included my name. But, oh, boy, did Tony give us way more than I ever could have imagined last night. Oh, yes. He happened to hop on this panel just as Brittney Jay was about to play Clue. What timing Mr. TikTok Tony has. Oh, he goes over the overlay. He explains how it was done. Just wait for it, y'all. You're going to love it. You are going to love it. And it is downloaded on my computer. He got nervous, you think, Angel. Good morning, Linda. Good morning, Bayou Babe. Good morning, NH. Barbie, Captain Ganja, Sherry, Tiff. You haven't seen this one. Ooh. Well, I got a show for you, and it is Angie B's birthday. Here, Angie B, we have an old birthday on this one. Watch. This is for you, Angie B. Happy birthday, baby. We love you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
Do you see that? Freaking Roberta just wished Angie B a happy birthday. I hope you have a great day, honey. Roberta is there for you. Oh, my goodness. My Ryan Apple Snapple. He's already said check Cash App, Jay. Oh, Ryan. Thank you so much. He says for munchies. Ryan, you're so sweet. Ryan always makes sure I'm fed. I appreciate that. You're so nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And happy birthday to Angie and everybody else who's having birthdays this weekend. Welcome in, welcome in. I got a loaded show. So not only are we going to go over this live, but the question comes up. Where did it, was Seth not on camera between 3 and 5 a.m.? Well, guess what? I've got some texts that I'm going to show you. And I don't typically show texts. And you're going to see the date on these is back from early June. J is for Justice. It's cool to talk in the third person on YouTube. J is for Justice has been holding these since June. Oh, y'all can say whatever you want, Kelly J. How many channels do I have, Joseph Rapp? I have numero dos. Do you know what dos is? 2. Dos. I cannot stand the third party self-reference. It drives me bonkers. Yeah, Angie's 39. Coming in hot at 39 years old. Damn. Well, I think I might have been being baited, but now I'm not so sure. So let's get into the live. I'm going to be stopping this. I'm going to be commenting. We're going to try to get through this because it's pretty long. Good morning, Trixie. Good to see you. Everybody that's just coming in, good morning. This is Brittney Jay last night. And just FYI, Brittney Jay, people don't have to like you to play your stuff. Aw, thanks, sunshine. Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning, Rogue. I threw a picture up there because I'm like, you don't want to see me this morning. You don't. You don't. Good morning, Lucia. As a mental health counselor, the third party is creepy. Yeah. You'll be 47 next month. 10 years younger than Bullhorn Betty looks. I do not doubt that, saying outlaw. Welcome in, Elise and Eric, Remy. Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if she'd pull it down, but I actually saved it, so. But I've got some texts, and there's a reason he felt comfortable going on BJ, and I'm here for it. Glad he didn't fall into his trap. Jay, not Jay with an E. Right. Hey, Mick. Hey, Electro. Okay, so let's get into it. So this is Brittney Jay, and I'm a 63-year-old man, and Bullhorn Betty looks older than me. Captain. Good morning, Candy Wrapper. Seth got pissed off and left. He was in the chat, right? So anyways, she's about to play this live. Well, she didn't because Tony hopped up in the box. He got up in her box. Oh, just wait for it, One-Eyed Flo. Okay, here we go. I put it on 1.25. I might speed it up a little faster, give or take.
I appreciate you turning your camera on. Do you want to leave it on? I don't want to. All right, here we go.
He's all in the dark,
Tony.
too. Blech.
How are you?
Good. I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
Okay, so are you aware of everything the screenshots and all of these allegations that have been made? Have you heard about it?
Brittney, I got to be honest with you. When I saw your live pop up, I had no clue what you were talking about. But,
Such a fucking liar.
I can tell you that.
He is such a... See, we come out with lies right out the gate. Oh, Brittney, before I saw your live pop up, I had no idea.
I can answer a few questions for you.
Okay.
The lady that said that I said there was an engagement letter signed on Pascal, there's going to be a lot of things that are just completely not true, but that's the first one.
Okay. So someone said that Pascal had signed an engagement letter. Remember, Seth said he signed an engagement letter? I wasn't lying to y'all, man. Listen, I wasn't lying. Seth said he spoke to Tony for 2 weeks before he signed the engagement letter. Now, wait, he's going to talk about those 2 weeks with Seth, too.
Okay.
And there are receipts to that. You can go back and watch Pascal's show. I simply said that Pascal is the one that introduced us. There's never been an engagement letter signed. I'm free to quit donating my time and money anytime that I see fit. And Seth is free to get rid of me anytime he sees fit. It's a volunteer job, and there is no money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
As far as trying to take content creators' channels down, Brittney, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened, but in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews, and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So
Okay.
I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
He has he has a civil suit against someone. Okay, we need to find out if this is real because I'm calling bullshit. Turn on your lights, creepy Tony. Get your hands out of your pants and turn on the lights. An engagement letter is a legal binding agreement in which terms are set forth between, 2 entities or 2 individuals. It is a legal binding agreement. Dude, be Tim. I don't know. I don't know. I think he's lying. I think he's just trying to sound all bad and like, oh, people might not want to fuck with me if I say I'm suing someone. But it's not on this platform.
Okay. Okay. Because I just want to tell you so you know, because, and I do want to be fair and say this, Tony. I have, from the moment I started the live, I said, I don't know. I don't know. I want to ask questions because we have supported Seth. I still support Seth. I don't think, I think Seth is the one that has been trying to find his son. I've seen him out here pleading with the public. So, I'm not coming at this from a nefarious standpoint. It's just really concerning when you see things like that. But what they're alleging is there was someone in a group with you who has taken screenshots of some group you were in and shared them with another content creator. And in these screenshots, it's basically they're accusing you of paying Bullhorn Betty to follow the Bower Sox. They're saying,
So let me give you a little background. We were in a Facebook group. Let's see if I can get a light on in here. I'm sorry it's so dark. I'm sitting in here watching a football game.
I just appreciate you coming on to clear it up for us. You didn't have to do that, so I appreciate it.
Did he say he came up here? He has not seen these pictures yet?
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a little shady. Like
Okay, so share lover or hater. Thank you, B. Tim. Lover or hater, she does ask him some tough questions. B. Tim, thank you for your $5 super chat. Isn't it odd? He said $2,500 to get her. Yes, I noticed that. Yes, he says $2,500 to sue someone. Then Bullhorn Betty said she needed $2,500 to pay back someone who's a friend. Yes. Yes. He says it's $2,500 for a retainer. Good morning, Granny.
I'm no fan of Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I do think that could be easily manipulated. Like, why would Tony go on Facebook and send pictures like that? Like, obviously, it'd go back to him. So I'll give him that.
So and I appreciate that. So we were in a Facebook group of a bunch of TikTokers that supported Seth that I created a group with.
AKA the 2 a.m. girls.
We had 2 or 3 ladies that were in that group that left the group. Them and the other girls had a falling out. As you guys know, I seem to somehow get the blame for everything. So
oh,
when they
poor
left,
Tony.
They took a lot of that frustration out on me. And there was 5 or 6 subgroups that these girls created that I was not in. And what created the falling out is a couple of these girls went and they chased down a content creator's mom in her hometown and connected with her mom. And they did a bunch of really wild things that I did not know about because it was all going on in a group that I was not in. And they told me that was for my protection. But yet when it all blew up, somehow they blamed me, which is fine. I mean, as a spokesperson, you get blamed for a lot of things. But I can tell you now that regarding Bullhorn Betty, Betty went down, when she went down on that trip, she had been hanging flyers all day. She had had lunch with Seth. She had helped him set up his YouTube account. And then on top of that, she'd been stalked by Terry. He got her pulled over, and then they had their little altercation. And I knew that she said on her live that she was getting ready to go have a steak. So I bought the woman a steak. And it was because of all she had done for Sebastian and Seth that day. And it was due to what she had experienced with Mr. Bowersox. And I sent her $50 to buy her steak, and that's the extent of it. And in the memo on my Venmo, it says, enjoy a steak or get yourself a steak or something to that effect. So that shows you how things get spun out of control. I'm a person that lives in Oklahoma. We back the blues strongly.
Oh, shut the
I don't
fuck
do
up.
things that break the law.
Would you be willing to share and be transparent with your Venmo and Cash App and stuff at least?
Good
Or I don't know if you
question.
know her name's not Betty, it's Andra.
Yeah,
But
it's Andrew
towards-
Griffin.
So
yeah,
like, would you do that?
I certainly would.
Oh, that'd be appreciated.
I don't know. Let's see here. Let me see.
Share.
You don't got to do it tonight. I was just wondering, would you be open to doing
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. I mean, I'm not, I'm not gonna pay somebody to stalk somebody because that's not what she was there doing. I mean, if you watch the live, she's a close friend of mine, and whether you like her or not,
Hey, Potato.
she's very close to Seth and I, and she was not there to stalk anybody. She got in an altercation with Terry after.
Do you hear Cher laughing? Love her or hate her, man. She does put him on the spot. At least somebody does.
She noticed that Terry was following her and taking a picture of her license plate. You can clearly see it. She saw him in her rear view mirror. But I'll share a Venmo. I mean, I have receipts for my claims. The sad thing is that
Then
people
show
don't
it.
have to prove guilt. It seems that we are always having to prove innocence.
Oh,
regarding
geez.
Caleb Harris, I had an administrator of our Facebook group that sent me a picture and a video that I did not, I did not care to see. I was not involved in the case anymore. And I can assure you that I sent that to nobody. And I had many people ask me for it. And
Okay. So what he's talking about, and this is sick. This is sick. He shared a video of Caleb Harris's remains in the sewer. That's the only way that anybody else would have saw it. It's the only way that Clue would have seen it. You're a liar, Tony Mathis. What a scumbag. Oh, my God.
told them that Randy was a coworker and a friend of mine, and there was no way in hell I was going to be sharing that information. And quite frankly, when it was sent to me, they didn't even know if it was him at that point. So, that didn't happen either. I mean, and Brittney, the only thing I will say, and I have no, you can have my cell phone number. I gave it to Josh the lab the other day, and we had a great conversation. If you ever want to ask me a question, I would much rather make myself available than to be tagged and have a video with that kind of a title on it, because I'm not hard to get a hold of. I'm glad to talk to you at any time.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Something ain't right.
B. Tim coming in hot. Thank you again, B. Tim. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. He said he always has to prove innocence after saying Katie did it, saying she has to prove her innocence. Good point. Yes, tag him. He's hashtagged in my video. Hashtag Tony Mathis.
It is a little disenchanting, to hear you just make up your mind that I'm an asshole when we've never even had a conversation.
I don't think
No,
that's
no,
fair.
no. She's just questioning it.
I don't think that's
She's
fair.
just questioning it.
No.
Look, you are an asshole. If I was up there, I would have said, yeah, I would have. I did think you were an asshole from the word jump. From the first minute I saw you doing an interview for a missing child with all your fucking Dallas Cowboys memorabilia behind you, you were so transparent why you were there. It was all about you.
She's honestly gone privately for me being too hard on you, and Seth's privately. Like this is not fun for her to do tonight, Tony. I'll tell you that.
When you were talking about Brittney here, you were talking about someone who has put her butt on the line. She has had faith in Seth. She has been there 100%, and she's not done anything questionable. So that doesn't work.
I get that. But Brittney, am I incorrect here? Was it you that said I think Tony's an asshole, or was it somebody else on the team?
I may have said that.
I said that.
All of us have said it because you are.
Said you're a liar and you're an asshole. I said that for sure.
Okay. Well, my apologies. And I thought it was you that said it, Brittney.
No, I did say that I want to be able to ask questions because I don't blindly follow anybody, because
that's fair. That's fair. Completely fair.
Honestly, Tony, there have been some horrible things that have come out, and if it is things that you are innocent of, Seth is innocent of, it's horrible. And I, will say I'm sorry if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's
What?
got nothing to do with any of this.
Who's attacked his wife? Fuck you, Tony. Fuck you, Tony. They've attacked your wife? Let's see what a victim Tony is, shall we? How much of a victim is Tony when he's saying, "Oh, I've got Jay for Jay's husband's name"? I can't find the screenshot right now, but he said that. I've got Jay for Jay's husband name. Jay for justice has been warned. No one came at your wife. Everyone feels sorry for your wife.
They've sent emails to my work. They've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address when he sent an email. Believe it or not, the same person was sending emails to the pet rescue that we're donating money to, and he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP addresses got captured.
Okay, so listen to this. Listen to this. If this isn't a red flag for Michaela's pet rescue thingy, Mutt Motel. First of all, why do you call the dogs Mutts? That's not a really nice name. Second of all, it was Michaela, the Mutt Motel's husband, who is capturing IP addresses for Tony. Did you hear what I said? The person who's capturing IP addresses for Tony is the husband of Michaela, the Mutt Motel. He's in IT. Yep, you're going to hear it. Listen close. He ends up telling us later.
But we've been through it. The pictures you're talking about on TikTok, that did not happen either. What nobody talks about is I went back and replayed the live. I showed a recording of me going into my TikTok lives, pulling the video up from the night before. They said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I was with my best friend, who's a 60-year-old stage 4 cancer patient, fishing in Minnesota.
Oh,
when I did that live that they put that overlay on. You
hear this? He was fishing with his buddy when he did that live. Yeah, we'll get to that. He revisits that. And he admits who got the IP address. But listen, we're going to get to the overlay first. This is the fucking overlay that he's saying that I did.
Same person that sent the emails to my work and to this poor lady at this pet rescue, who also sent emails to Joe Petito. So they said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I went back and played pretty much the entire live.
It is a different Michaela. You're right. It is a different Michaela. It's not the same Michaela. Thank you, Missing Echoes. Welcome, new members. Take advantage of your membership.
So that people could see the real live unedited. And of course, there was nothing there. I was in my pajamas sitting in the hotel lobby when I did the live.
I was in my pajamas? Dude, he was at a restaurant or something. Thank you, Flo. Fishing with a little worm. Chat is moving so fast. I'm trying to keep up. Thank you so much and welcome all the new members. Kelsey, hey.
Just help a brother out here.
Yes, so now they're donating all this money to Michaela's Mutt Motel, and her husband is doing IT work for Tony. Granny, let me go back. Oh.
Just help a brother out here.
Extra descriptives, of course, but I think that's not what you meant. Let me go back. Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, the Petito Foundation said they backed out because of the chaos. They were never threatened. Oh, wow. When did that come out?
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you again, Missing Echoes. You're so generous. Hi, CE No.
Phone was face down on a table. But you just get tired.
Your face,
Just help a brother out here.
his phone was face down on a table and he was in his jammies. Come on. Did she say she hired a tech guy? I don't know. Right, the motel is getting 100% of every entry. Bullhorn Betty's making crock-pot meals. That's probably the meal. She's doing iron-ons before she leaves. Yep, all that stuff.
Defending yourself against this craziness because it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole, so for that I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but
Oh, it's really funny, Brittany. You know it was his fucking peen. And you're going to laugh and just take that fucking lame excuse. Look at him. He's like, yep, I only go on panels that I know I can snow the bitch.
Right. You know what, though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably going to get some shit for it. But
Who cares?
people don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
That's true. He walked right in, straight up into the lion's den.
That you got my respect for that. Because, yes, I told Justin to get his butt up here.
Yeah, you get too many people on your fucking panels. Why don't you just have a one-on-one with Tony? Why do you have to have 5 people on here? Stupid.
When stuff like that happens, sorry, Justin, when stuff like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
So, in a court of law, I mean, I was a federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with.
Oh, wait, look at, what's this? Total lies. Look at him rubbing his head. Hold on. So the question was, do you turn this kind of stuff into the law? Meaning, I don't know, maybe she's advertising Dreft fucking soap. I don't know why the fuck she's up there. This whole panel, I don't know why anybody's up there. Anyways. What's up, Jonesin? I can't remember what I was going to say. Fuck it.
Like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
Oh, yeah.
So, in a court of law, I mean, I was a federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with, attorneys for day in and day out for quite a while. And, you have to have legal standing when you turn things over. And even defamation cases, you can go give an attorney a $2,500 retainer.
There it is, B-Tim. You can go give an attorney a $2,500 retainer for a defamation case. You hear that? Isn't that what Bullhorn Betty said that she's having to pay back to a generous friend? My name is Jay with an E.
Asking in chat is, why is the money from the vigil going to Michaela's mutts, and why is there not a reward fund set?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. All that money, where did it go? Why not? Because for me, one of my kids is missing, and I raised something like $23,000. That's just what we saw publicly. First thing I'm doing is setting up through like an attorney or law office sort of thing, some kind of reward fund. Because Tony, these days, people will talk for some money. Like with Summer, we did have quite a large reward fund. From what I remember, I want to say $50,000 to $80,000 somewhere in there. And no one came forward, but sometimes a little bit.
So here's what I'll say about the reward. First off, anytime that any money goes to Seth for anything, which it hasn't since I've been representing him, he gets viciously attacked. And he didn't want that to happen, so he wanted to donate that to a cause that would make Sebastian proud, which was a pet rescue. Sebastian's favorite animal is a cat. We actually tried to get a kitty rescue, but we couldn't get a return call from him.
Oh, boy. We tried to get a kitty rescue. Meow. Thank you, B-Tim. He played a different live with different people on panel to try to disprove the peen slip. In the peen slip video, we heard the bathroom flush. Very observant, Mr. B-Tim. Tony said Betty's his sister. Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah. And we'll donate to dogs, and her husband does IPs for us. It was definitely a bathroom. We heard the toilet flush. We heard him open the damn door because you could hear the people outside in the restaurant. He's such a liar. Lying liar who lies.
So
is that where all the GoFundMe money went?
No, no. So the GoFundMe money, you're fairly accurate on the amount there. To my knowledge, again, I don't
Just help a
have
brother
Yes,
access
out
to
here.
just
that.
over like 23K. I was just
Yeah.
wondering, did that go to Seth? Did that help? Maybe it helped with living expenses. I
So,
understand that because he wasn't working. I just want to know, where did that go? Do you know?
so I will tell you without sharing Seth's private information, which I won't do. I'll just simply say this: the first 60 days, as you guys know, he was searching every day, and he was off work. And he was off work far beyond that when it got to the point that he couldn't hardly walk because of his neck. So he did not get
Potato.
any relief from his job until just recently.
You just had surgery too, right?
That's correct. That's
Right.
correct. So he had to live, and that GoFundMe money is not gone. But without knowing, when he was going to get some relief from his job or when he was going to go back to work, and the other thing too, the law enforcement has been pretty adamant, and there's a lot of things that they advise that we may or may not agree with, but they've been pretty adamant about there not being a reward offered. It is something that is still on the table. And
Wait, who did he say is adamant about not having a reward? Hold on.
he had to live, and that GoFundMe money is not gone. But without knowing, when he was going to get some relief from his job or when he was going to go back to work, and the other thing too, the law enforcement has been pretty adamant, and there's a lot of things that they advise that we may or may not agree with, but they've been pretty adamant about there not being a reward offered.
Oh, wow. If they've been adamant about their not, I never heard this before. If they truly are adamant that there does not need to be a reward, they know a hell of a lot more than we do. They know it was someone he knew. I can't imagine any other reason why they wouldn't want a reward out there. Because if a reward is not going to bring them home, then they're just going to bring crazies in for a reward if they offer it. Damn.
It is something that is still on the table. And it may still happen, but I can tell you this: if you know anything about Seth Rogers has not spent a penny of that money that he didn't have to spend to live. The man is not a fancy guy. The man does not have, I have not seen the man have one new item anywhere.
Bella, the cops are not covering up for the Proudfoots. Trust me. These cops are not going to put their careers and their ass and their life and their livelihood and their family's livelihood on the line for the fucking Proudfoots. These people are not like billionaires that have all this pull. Come on. Cops are being quiet for a reason. If they were covering for the Proudfoots, they'd just clear them all. They'd clear them and say, oh, he ran away. Sorry about it. They're not going to keep it on if they're covering for them.
Around him since I've been representing him. They attacked him over his motorcycle, and he had his motorcycle far before Sebastian went missing. So
We didn't see him out shopping for a new one, so.
no,
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
he's not.
He had it well before Sebastian went missing. How does Seth afford a motorcycle when he had to save money for a gun? And he couldn't even do that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If he sues me or anyone, we are going to do like in the Epstein deposition and ask about the shape of his peen and the girth and see how he likes it. Okay, well, the girth will... The shape... Oh, my God. B. Tim, I have no fucking words. Thank you, B. Tim. Holy shit.
The guy that buys, fancy clothes or fancy.
He's still in the same apartment, sorry? Like that, he's still in the same spot, right?
Yeah, they raised his rent and he didn't
Yeah.
even want to move
And he
because
didn't move.
that's not right.
He's not
Right.
going anywhere.
Tony,
Right.
Tony, I'm Justin. I have a few channels, Justin for All Clips and Pearls. I've never spoken to you
Just help a
publicly or
brother out here.
privately.
Nice
but-
to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I have a couple questions. First, why do you think, in your opinion, the perception that people, have of you, like what do you think it is that gets you the amount of criticism? And I'll be the first to say I have criticized you and I'll tell you why here in a moment. But I try to take things. I always try to be sort of fair. I try to be as fair as possible.
Sure.
On each individual basis, right? On each individual thing. Like, I'll be the first to say whenever that, they said your junk was being shown or whatever. I don't think I've never thought it was anything. I think in my opinion, it was just something that. But
I agree with that.
What? Okay, Brittney, you just said I thought you were an asshole, Tony, because of that when they were talking about the peeing thing. Oh, I agree with that. And Justin thinks it was nothing? Nothing? Okay. I keep forgetting I have my sound box over here.
Okay.
Doesn't
But
even make sense.
Yeah, even I agree with that.
But there is things that I will say here shortly. But I just want to ask you that question there. Like, what do you think it is that
Well,
everyone comes hard on you for?
it would be simply an opinion, Justin.
Yeah, I'm just asking your opinion. I mean, what do you hear the most?
So here's where we struggle. You hear all these things and these reasons people have made up their mind, and you won't see a situation where I've disrespected somebody. I have a couple times I've gone in on a couple of creators that were viciously attacking Seth, and I don't apologize for that because that's my job. But in a normal setting with people like you and Brittney and people that haven't been attacking my client, you'll never see me be disrespectful. You won't see me raise my voice. I think a lot of it has to do with, at least initially, getting Seth off of YouTube and creating more of a professional situation for him where he doesn't get on a channel and look down and see the chat and lose his mind, and then give content creators more content to play the next 4 or 5 days attacking him.
Sure.
And I think me taking him off those channels, it pissed some people off. But even the people that are the most vile towards Seth and me, I can tell you that I've never met those people. I reached out. I'll just say this, JLR, and I hate talking about other creators on your channel, but some
No,
of the
you
harshest
don't.
critics,
You love
JLR,
it.
JS for Justice, and some of his crew, I initially reached out to those people.
Hear this? Keep my name out your mouth, Tony Mathis. How am I didn't want to talk to your skeezy ass. Wow. Thank you, Robin. I believe law enforcement is waiting on digital forensics to come back. Hence the silence. Jody, I don't know who you're talking to. If you got a question, super chat it, Jody, because I don't know who you're talking to.
La 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 la. You don't hold account.
At least initially, getting Seth off of YouTube and creating more of a professional situation for him where he doesn't get on a channel and look down and see the chat and lose his mind, and then give content creators more content to play the next 4 or 5 days attacking him.
Sure.
And I think me taking him off those channels, it pissed some people off. But even the people that are the most vile towards Seth and
Wait, hold on.
Just help a brother out
He
here.
came on the scene to get Seth off YouTube, he says. Seth was never on JLR's. I mean, he was with that search, but he asked JLR. I've never invited Seth up. Seth has never come on my show. So leave me the fuck alone, Tony. I'm allowed to have whatever opinion that I have. Right. What is he talking about, Granny? I had to get him off those platforms. Suffer and succotash. I had to get them off those fucking haters.
me. I can tell you that I've never met those people. I reached out. I'll just say this, JLR, and I hate talking about other creators on your channel, but some of the harshest critics, JLR, JS for Justice, and some of his crew, I initially reached.
But Brittney sits there and lets them, doesn't she? And this, my dear, is why you're not liked. Because you don't have any integrity. You stand for nothing. You change with the fucking wind. If you had integrity and you ran your channel, we don't bash creators. Despicable.
Out to those people. I reached out to JLR through Justin on TikTok, who reached out to him through Magnolia. I knew that at one point he supported Seth, and it seemed that he had quit supporting him.
Yeah.
I asked him if he'd like to have a conversation because I thought
Excuse me. Wait, who are you? Where'd it go? Jay, did you join a new crew? Auntie Ree, a new crew? Fuck you talking about? Huh? Crew? Why? Because I'm standing up for myself? Do you not hear this dude dropping my name, saying I did shit I didn't? Huh?
Fuck off and die.
That we could use his platform for Sebastian. He had no desire to talk. He'd never met me, never talked to me. You know, they put a criminal record of mine out there that was not mine, which was fine. I mean, you know, I carry a lot of federal documents that I wouldn't have been able to have with a record like that. But again, I don't owe that to anybody.
Sorry.
I even reached out to JS for Justice through email and said, hey, if you'd like to have a conversation, I can answer some of your questions and we might be able to get on the same page. And, you know, we could come on and do an interview. And
no, that's not how it went. That's not how it went. Oh, my God.
she didn't want to talk. She simply wanted to bring me and Seth on the panel.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you're on right now, motherfucker. Listen how he lies. And I'm sorry. It's hard sometimes with chat. I'm not going to look at chat no more. I'm going to focus on this. I'm not going to look anymore. I'm sorry. Oh, part of JLR's crew? There is no crew. There is no crew. There is no crew. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was being transparent, right, Mrs. Fletcher? He wanted a private convo on the phone to get me all set up. Auntie Ree, I'm so sorry. It's emotional. Like, you know, it's emotional, and then you start reading chat and you can't read it. I'm sorry.
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you. Flo, another membership, Simply Solo. Yeah, so really what he wanted was a private convo to get me, quote unquote, all set up. Okay? And then when I wouldn't do it, I said, I just want you and, you know, and Seth. And he said, do you want Seth too? And I said, of course. I'd love to hear all about Sebastian. I told him I just wanted it to be about Sebastian. I didn't say I was going to come on and give him hell or, look at their 13th hour is putting the Blue Jay up in chat. You must be a OJ from back in the day when we used to be the Blue Jays. Listen what he says, though. He says I was going to bring him on a call-in show. And no, I wasn't. I never do that to guests. Tell me one time that I've had a call-in show where people actually call my Google Voice number and I have panel guests on and I let my callers slam the panel guests. Never. But listen what he says that I planned on doing. Even though this is nothing. I showed you guys the emails. I never said that shit. Listen.
And, you know, you put Seth in a situation on a call-in show where if she's got all these things in her mind that she doesn't have answers to, then they're calling in like they used to on another show. And again, he loses his mind and he gives everybody content. And that's not what was good.
No, Tony. That's definitely not how it was going to go. I said I wanted to know all about Sebastian. I even referenced the interview with Jennifer Coffindaffer when he talked about Sebastian, when we actually heard about Sebastian. That was the first time we ever heard anything. And I said, of course, I'd love to hear all about Sebastian. I think the Jennifer Coffindaffer interview was great. Everybody loved to hear about Sebastian. And now he's going to say, oh, you were going to have me up on a fucking call-in show and blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, that's Cher. Me. She jumps on whatever train she can jump on. It's whatever.
Things in her mind that she doesn't have answers to, then they're calling in like they used to on another show.
Talking about T-Rev.
He loses his mind and he gives everybody content. And that's not what was good for him.
Right.
So
oh, no, that was
I
Justin.
think a lot of it has to do with that.
Well, that was going to kind of push you on this. So my main opinion about you in the negative form has been because, and I'm going to tell you why, because of Trevor Lee. I've known Trevor for a long time. I've worked with Trevor from in person to afar. And I know that you and Trevor, whenever you first, started becoming, and I will tell you, and I don't want you headed down the wrong. So,
oh, this is great.
Opinion about you, in the negative form, has been because, and I'm going to tell you why, because of Trevor Lee. I've known Trevor for a long time. I've worked with Trevor, from in person to afar. And I know that you and Trevor, whenever you first, started becoming, I don't want to say managing Seth. I don't know what the term you guys use, but, working with Seth, that,
Oh, watch.
Trevor did call you, and from what I understand, he was disagreeing with something. I can't remember what it was about, to be honest with you. You're already inaccurate there. I'll tell you what happened with Trevor Lee. So they, his team before me had made the determination that there was people on his team that needed to go. Now, these are people that I did not know, never broke bread with them, never talked to them. I say I had a phone conversation with one of the PIs. This all stemmed from his team and Seth deciding that it was time for the PIs to go. So when that happened, that's what it was. Yes, yes, it was a disagreement on the two PIs, and I think he was expressing his opinion on the PIs. And well, he wasn't expressing his opinion, Justin. He was blaming me for Seth firing his PIs. So well, I'm not going to say, because I don't, he's not here. So but I'm just telling you what I have the text. Okay, that's fine. I have the text, and I will.
I have the text.
You, and I don't want you headed down the wrong road, which is why I'm kind of cutting in.
Oh.
He called me.
Wait, whoa. Don't say something like that and try and drive right past that. What does that mean?
I think he's meaning he doesn't
No,
want
I want
Justin
him to answer. What does that mean, Tony?
Which part?
What just come out of your mouth? You came up here. You don't want to see Justin going down the wrong thing, and so you're up here tonight. What does this mean? The words that just come out of your mouth before I interrupted. What's that mean?
So what that means is he's starting to tell the story, and there's already inaccuracies.
Yeah, but you kind of gave him a warning, right? Or no?
So
okay,
that's how I took it. But
okay, I was just wondering.
That's how I took it. But just let him carry on. Explain this.
Sorry.
So what happened is Trevor called me, and he started getting aggressive with me about being the reason that the PIs were gone. I very quickly told him if he had questions about that, he needed to reach out to Seth, because he had an open line of communication with Seth. Then he started texting me, and I redirected that text to a group text with Seth on it, which I have screenshots of. Seth told him very clearly in those texts that I had nothing to do with the PIs being gone. I mean, I had no PIs I was trying to bring or anything like that. I mean, my PIs before were in Corpus Christi, but his team and Seth decided that it was not the right fit.
Justin was loud. I turned it down.
Trevor would not let it go. He continued to press. He continued to come at me and blame me. And no matter what I said, Justin, he was not going to let it go. And when they got rid of some of the search people, again, not people I knew, not people I had ever met or talked to, I was the fall guy for all of that. And I had nothing to do. I've had something to do with people that, have come in to help since then, but they're not people that were related to what Trevor was doing or what the PIs were doing at all. People that are helping with signs and whatnot. I mean, okay. So what? He wouldn't let it go. I mean, can't you disagree on issues and it still doesn't have to be war? You know what I mean? Like, I've just never. I mean, Trevor's going to express his opinion just like we all are, but Trevor is literally the first person I knew that took Sebastian's case when nobody, and I mean,
you nasty motherfucker with your spit bottle. Blit. Ain't nobody want to see that, dude. You ain't 2 a.m. on TikTok. I guess this is probably equivalent to it to him. Siobhan, great to be back watching after having my grandson for the weekend. I hope you had a great weekend. How exciting. Fun stuff.
Nobody was speaking about it. Nobody was interested in it. Yeah. Nobody cared. 40 people in his chat. And he's a man now, but he was a kid back around the time Summer Wells went missing. And the kid at the time, gave like $1,000 of his own money. Yeah. He has really high character. And let me tell you something. The night I was on, one second.
Just a second.
Oh my God.
Trev has never attracted any kind of controversy. No.
I mean, I think probably the biggest was Nina. And Trevor's like, he's like a family member almost to me.
It
And,
was Robin.
the night all of that went down with Seth. Now, listen, I have always stand up for Seth. I know the man is innocent. He didn't do anything to his son. It's clear. I mean, there's not a better alibi you can get than being literally in a jail, right? I mean, that's what I tell people. There's not a better alibi. But I was furious with Seth the night he came up on Smiley.
Yeah, there's not a better alibi than being in the jail.
And I told Seth that. But just because I disagree with Seth or I disagree with you on one thing, to me, it's I can disagree with you on something and still not think you're a horrible person and just the vilest person at the end of the earth.
Right.
So,
we still have grace for Seth because he's,
of course.
So
I mean, he's a grieving dad.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. Let me address that for you. That blow up you saw that night, it came after 15 to 20 different screenshots that were sent to him and some of them to me about things that Trevor was saying on different platforms. And quite frankly,
do you hear this? So he's letting the father of a missing child get worked up by motherfucking screenshots.
most of them were directed at me. And I think Seth had just had enough, and he decided that he wanted to let everybody know that it was his decision. It had nothing to do with me. And to this day, Trevor still blames me for all of that. Now, you don't see me talking about Trevor. You'll never see me talking about him. Anything I've had to say to him, even to the point that, he was texting me while I was on my fishing trip and saying nasty stuff to me and, what have you, anything I've ever had to say to him.
I do not believe that. I do not believe for 1 minute that Trevor Lee was texting you nasty texts. He would not do that. He would not give you that kind of ammunition. He has a reputation and he cares about his good reputation and he'd like to keep it that way. So I don't believe for one motherfucking second that Trevor Lee sent you anything that could ever be used against him. You have the text.
I said it directly to him. I haven't said it to, to other people. But he's young. You're right. And he chose to take to social media and call me a criminal and call me a crook.
You're talking about him.
Say what?
You're talking about him right now. You said you never talk about him, but you are right now.
And Brittney's allowing it. And Brittney's allowing it yet again. Brittney, grow a spine.
I'm simply telling you what he chose to do.
I know, but you just told us that you weren't going to talk. You were going to take it directly to him if you had a problem with him.
Well,
all you got to say is that he was saying things that were not nice to you, and then move on.
Okay, we can do that then.
Yeah.
Creep Town.
So
dude.
that's personally for me. That's been, it seemed like.
I think we all know Trevor's history, his reputation. We know what Trevor Lee's all about. We know what Tony's all about. I don't think there's any having to explain that. Complete lies. Just because Trevor was direct and he's young, Tony doesn't know what to do with that. He doesn't know what to do with that because this guy can't respond to anything respectfully.
Whenever you came in, this is my opinion. I'm giving it to you honestly, and I hope you know I'm really trying to be respectful. But it felt like I think probably people felt like they were giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see what the perception was there. But when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're going to go deeper with him about this whole cleaning up Seth's interviews. And this is a really good point. They say, he was doing fine. He had a lot of support. He had everybody snowed as a matter of fact. Before Tony came on the scene, Seth had everybody snowed. He was raking in the cash. He was getting sympathy from the chicks. I mean, he had it made before this motherfucker stepped on the stage.
While I was doing that, Seth was working with the rest of his team to get rid of the people that he did not want involved. And it was 1000% his call. I had never met any of these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and much like not meeting Brittney and her, her moderators and people in this panel, I approached the people I had a chance to meet the same way I approached you guys tonight with kindness and, hey, let's talk. But the decision to get rid of those people had already been made before I came on. And he was in the process of doing that.
Sure.
It just took him a while to make it official. But, Seth can tell you himself, and he's told many, many people that was 100% him. And he has always been the guy that controlled his team, period.
Sure. I
No,
don't
she
know.
didn't leave. She
It
just
may have been
sitting there.
timing. I don't know. But that's the way it felt. That's the way it seemed to look from my point of view.
I get it.
Um,
It's a lot easier to keep people. If there's people that Seth in his mind and heart thought that added value, it's a lot easier to keep people than it is to find new ones. So I'm sure he had his reasons. A lot of the Trevor situation had to do with the PIs. It really wasn't even Trevor himself. And, I don't know that Trevor directly ever did anything, to Seth until after the PIs were let go. I mean, again, I don't know those people. I had one conversation with,
I don't either, really.
with one PI, and then I had a few conversations with the other one after she was gone. And, I never had any bad conversations with them. Never had anything against them. Really didn't know them or know what they were doing or any of that kind of stuff. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, I just think it would be one more thing, and I'll promise you I'll shut up.
No, you're good.
I think it would just be nice to at least heal things where you can.
Yeah.
Go to someone and just say, can we?
Okay, so basically Justin's telling him how to do the job of just being a decent, normal human being, let alone the job description of being a PR person, public relations. Public relations is supposed to make the public just love you and adore you.
Talk this out.
Nana is washing baby clothes in Dreft. See, Dreft? I don't know why the fuck her frame says Dreft. She's washing baby clothes in Dreft. Jules is reading how to be a fucking fake mental health therapist. Brittany's over here probably eating pretzels and screaming at her kids or something. And then these three on the bottom are basically the ones you want to focus on.
Can we, just for the sake of it all, really? Relationships matter, perceptions matter. And, I think we should always be, to at least, offer that and maybe not, be on the same track, but at least have a general piece about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Justin. And I will tell you that it gets to a point, there's not a lot of members of our team at this point. It gets to a point where we've got a full plate, plus we've got a full-time job, plus we've got a family. And when it gets to the point that you're getting attacked every day and a lot of it is baseless, you don't really have a lot of time to try to talk through things with people that have already made up their mind about you without giving you a shot. So, if you got into trying to have conversation after conversation with people that had already made up their mind about you, you wouldn't get anything done for Seth.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, I know, again, sorry, one second. Go ahead. Someone talk. I want to talk.
Okay, just one thought. So it's the story that you were telling earlier, that at the beginning, Seth was kind of going around on the different YouTube channels. And
okay, this is a good point right here.
And you guys decided to work together and whatnot. You said tonight that part of that, your role was to make this, I think you used the word professional, to make it a professional thing, that he wouldn't go up on a channel, get upset about what's being said in the side chat, and then, act out and make more content for later, right? That's not really how I remember it at all. The way that I don't remember
either.
It, and tomorrow I'll go back and double check my memory. But the way I remember it is that Seth came on the scene and he was devastated that his son was missing, and he was activated, searching anywhere and everywhere that he could. He had friends of his, I think, from where he works, that were also with him.
What is Tony doing?
An immense amount of support on social media. Everyone.
I am not liking what I don't like what I'm seeing right now. Tony, you are disgusting. But listen to her, even whether you like her or hate her, she has a good point. She's gonna prove that Seth was liked. He had it made, dude. Seth had the world in his in his fat little chubby hands before Tony came on the scene. He had the world in his hands.
Standing beside this man, everyone. He was answering questions. He was thoughtful. He was kind. People's heartstrings were, everybody felt protective. They all they were worried about Sebastian, but they also felt protective and worried about Seth. And it seemed like that when you showed up, when you began to be a part of the conversation, it seemed like that changed. It seemed like suddenly Seth was a lot more combative.
How are you, buddy? I'm good. How are you? Good. I'm listening.
The team is falling.
I think this is his son, but watch, this is really awkward. His son's like, who the fuck is my dad on a panel with? Who is this lady? Watch how awkward it is. And Tony looks over his shoulder like, why are you standing in the kitchen watching me? And then he moves the camera so you can't see the kid anymore.
Part, and then people online began being attacked, and a lot of his support fell off, and that's kind of how I remember. I seem to remember it like different than the way you described it.
I agree with you. That's what I'm curious when he says he had to come in and clean up things that
Yes.
Seth has said. I'm curious, where does that come from? Because like Jen, is it Jen? Sorry, it's a tiny screen. Jules, sorry. Like
Yeah,
Jules
that
just
was
said,
used a lot. That term was used a lot. Clean up stuff.
Oh my
clean up
God.
stuff, and that sounds in true crime. That's well, you can take how that sounds, right?
Thank you so much, Flo, for your generous Cash App. And this stream is brought to you by One-Eyed Flo. Daddy's little fatty. Thank you, Flobo.
Give me just 1 second, Cher. Listen, prayers for Sebastian's not being removed, but here's what's gross. You're coming in chat trolling with the damn rooster, but attaching prayers for Sebastian on with it while you're trolling another chat from a channel, trolling a chat from another channel. That's no. What's disrespectful is tacking Sebastian's name onto the trolling.
So she's going to make a big deal out of that. After all the shit that's just been said, she's going to pick on somebody for trolling. Get the fuck out of here. I know. Daddy's little fatty.
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
Good morning, everybody just coming in.
Please stop.
Thank you, Brittany.
Oh my goodness.
I
So
can't see the comments.
Well,
Tony,
yeah,
clean up what though? Sorry, clean up what?
Clean
Guys, you're
up.
never going to get anywhere with just name calling and all that. That's not. If you want some.
Clean up on aisle 5. Thank you so much. Shelly W. coming in hot with some memberships.
Coming in hot.
Just help a brother out.
To go, that's not how it works.
They're just trying to
You can be
distract
assaulted
right now,
if-
y'all. And they're doing it. It's working. Don't just ignore the mods. Do your job. Tony, what can you give us an example of what you had to clean up or no?
So we had some
Just
creators
help a brother
that
out
were
here.
taking bits and pieces of what he said and not playing things in context.
Bits
When
and
I say
pieces.
clean up, I'm not talking about, Seth was a disaster and I had to come in and fix him. That's not what I'm saying
Okay,
at all.
okay.
What are you
Just help a
saying?
Seth
brother
has
out
always been a broken father.
Because I'm like, Chris Proudfoot needs the person cleaning up after him.
What? Why'd you have to clean up Seth's interviews? Chris Proudfoot needs the cleaning up after him, she
Just help
says.
a brother out here.
Yeah, she running it because Brittany letting her. No spine. No spine. And Brittany, I know, she says, oh, Jay's changed. Jay is so
Just help
mean.
a brother out
She's
here.
so mean now. I don't know what's gotten into Jay. It must be Granny because Jay is just so mean. No, Jay's not holding back when Jay is personally brought in by a fucknut like Tony Mathis.
Yeah, I had a night on the phone with him and that was plenty for me.
Oh, wow.
Lord.
And then I just have one more question. I'll mute again. And I know this isn't the Summer Wells case, but I do know in that case, Don and Candace were offered like a person that could do media for them through the state, the county, whatever. They were
This is really interesting too. The Wells were offered a media spokesperson. I never heard this before.
offered someone, and the law actually said that they denied it and just did their own thing. Do you know, was Seth, we'll just go with Seth because that's your client, as you say. Was he offered anything from the law for someone to help him, like in the presence of media, something like that? Or that's what you guys are trying to do now? Or like, how come was he not offered someone? Because I know that's an option. That's my question.
Well, so I can't speak to that. I don't know. I wasn't here early on. I can tell you definitively that when I was introduced to Seth,
Listen,
I did not at that time have any desire to do anything other than potentially help him with the search team. Seth spent probably 2 weeks.
so he just told a lie. Michelle, thank you for gifting a membership. Welcome to the Cooter Crew, Poetic Justice.
Just help a brother out here.
Talking to me daily about being his spokesperson.
Okay, so he says in one breath, I came on the scene to save Seth from these interviewers. Okay? I came on the scene to save Seth from the interviewers. But now he's saying he came on the scene to form a search crew. He's a lying liar who lies. Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you guys for your support. It's much, much appreciated.
And quite honestly, I didn't know that I had the time in my day to help him. I was out fishing on a Friday. I don't remember the date, but I remember that he told me that regardless of what Chris and Katie decided, that he really needed some help and would, can you please help me? And, after realizing that he was, in my opinion, he was really struggling, just in general. I went and talked to Randy Harris, Caleb's father, and they were in a situation where they didn't really care to have, a whole lot of media attention. They talked on the phone, him and Seth did, and Randy said, I really think that you ought to help the guy. And so I agreed to help him. That's something I hear over and over again, that I've inserted myself into these cases, and
Just help a brother
that couldn't be
out.
further from the truth. Randy was a friend and coworker of mine. He asked me to help him. I helped him until he didn't need the help anymore. Seth asked me to help him, and I told him I would help him until he didn't need my help anymore.
help a
So
brother
I did
out.
not ask either of these fathers. I mean, I don't have a background in this, guys. I'm learning as I go.
Well, you're not doing very well, and your track record sucks. So I suggest you stick with cranes. Mr. Spin Bottle.
Can I ask a question to Tony?
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
As long as he's okay with it.
Oh, Lord. As long as he's okay with it. Go ahead, draft mama.
Of course.
Tony, this is Nana.
Hi, Nana.
Hi. The situation between you and Trevor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm listening and I'm observing what's being said by everybody. Do you think it would help?
Oh, Lord.
Because I think that's when everybody started.
She wants an olive branch with
on
Trevor.
board
Listen.
of Seth was a jerk when that all happened.
Yeah.
So would you think it would help, since Justin is a great friend, and if Justin, you want to do this, of him, that maybe you and him and Justin could sit down and talk about this and work this out?
I mean, she's assuming that Trevor Lee would even give this motherfucker the time of day. Trevor Lee has something called integrity, Tony, which you have not gained in your 50-some years of life. Zero integrity. And they're sitting there trying to set up a fucking meeting, right, with Trevor Lee. And they're assuming that Trevor Lee would just be so wanting to be back in Tony's good graces. Leave Trevor Lee alone.
I can tell you that at this point, there's probably not going to be any conversation between Trevor Lee and myself, and I highly doubt that there would be with Seth.
See, this shows his immaturity and his motives. The two M's. Maturity and motive do not exist in Tony Mathis's body. The three M's. Mathis, maturity, morals, etc., etc.
Speak for him. I think that, there's just been too many things that have been said, and I'm not talking about him. Let me clarify that. I'm just pointing out how we got to where we're at.
He's scared to talk about him.
Is not going to be rebuilt, but, he's got Seth's number, and, if Seth wanted to talk to him, he could reach out to Seth, and I'm sure Seth would have a conversation with him if he chose to. But I can't speak for him on that. I mean, Seth is...
I think Trevor's pretty much done with Seth at this point.
In contrast to what a lot of people think, Seth is a big boy, and he's not a weak man, and he does do, for the most part, what he wants
Why
to
are
do.
you up here then instead of him?
Ooh!
Or why is he not up here with you?
Well,
ma'am, she asked me to come up.
No, I was just wondering, but Seth was in the chat, and I asked the question, like he disappeared, but then you're up here. That's not no dig. I was just, I just wondering.
Well, first off, Seth is out of town. And
no, you can just say he can't make it. That's okay.
He's out of town? Seth is out of town. So it's okay for Seth to go out of town, but Katie and Chris can't go out of town, right?
Wondering.
Yeah, and I am, my job is to represent him. So, I have the answers to the questions Brittney was asking, and she was kind enough to invite me up, and I figured I would answer those questions.
Well, in all fairness, Michelle, I feel like if he is a spokesperson and Seth is in chat, Seth should be there next to him, talking about his son. This is shameful. Seth is in the chat. Why can't he answer his own questions?
I'm being rude. I feel like I'm being fair. I do appreciate you, Tony. I know I've been hard.
I don't think you're being rude.
Okay, that's all that matters, because I have been hard on you. I do appreciate. I still don't believe everything, I'll be honest, but I appreciate you being up here. Now, people say you don't like to answer the hard questions or whatever. So if you're ever up for like a friendly debate, I'm down. Now, Bullhorn Betty will never let you do it with me. But I think there's hard questions out there that I think you're skirting around. Personally, I'm not. That's all I'll say. But I do appreciate you coming up here.
What are the? I've never dodged a question unless it involves Seth and something that he doesn't want to answer. But I have no issue answering any questions. I have nothing to hide. So if you've got a question that you think is a hard question.
Well, I've got a hard question.
Do it.
I've got one. I've had like 3 people text me this. And I've heard about a dinner, but I don't know anything about it. And I'll just read what they said.
Fire away.
It was, and again, I support Seth because I believe he's innocent, but
Yeah.
I'd just like to hear your opinion on this.
Okay.
Allegations about Seth being inappropriate. The dinner after the vigil, the one Pascal abruptly left. There are screenshots floating around that Seth allegedly made pervy comments to Jaden's girlfriend. I have no idea who Jaden is.
I didn't hear any comments. Quite frankly, at that dinner, we were in Red Robin. It was very loud. Pascal left because it took us a while to get seated, and he had I'll just say this: he had some people with cameras in his face at the vigil, and that was the reason he left. It had nothing to do with anything other than that. I walked him to his car.
Okay, wait. He said that Pascal left Red Robin early because at the vigil he had cameras in his face. Make it make sense. The vigil was over. You were at a private dinner at Red Robin. He walked Pascal to his car. Right, Pascal always has cameras in his face. Yeah, Pascal, the YouTuber that goes live. Wait, hold on. Shelly W, thank you for the 5 memberships. B. Tim, you can tell he's lying since he brings it up very loud and a bunch of other things instead of just saying, nope, it didn't happen. Yep, too many deets. Too many deets. Red Robin and chili. I love some Red Robin fries with some seasoning.
We had a great conversation. We're still friends today, still talk on a regular basis. But I can tell you that I spent most of my dinner talking to T-Rev. I had never met him in person.
Bet you did. Oh, I bet you did. I bet you spent your time talking to T-Rev. He says that T-Rev had hard questions. That shit. Listen.
Hard questions for me relating to my background and things that were being said. And we talked through those things.
T-Rev was questioning Tony about his background. I call bullshit. I call bullshit on that.
La, la, la,
Okay.
la, la.
I did not hear, most of the time, Seth was sitting next to Michaela. I was sitting across from Seth and next to T-Rev, and I did not hear anything that he said that was inappropriate.
Okay, so here's Michaela and T-Rev playing. Did he rap out the hard question? Did he have a shirt on, Sleuths? Oh, my God.
Just help a brother out here.
So he spent the dinner talking to T-Rev. Michaela was sitting next to Seth. And T-Rev was across the table next to Tony. And T-Rev and Michaela were playing footsie under the table. Unbeknownst to Seth. In my opinion, allegedly.
So is this the Jaden? Jaden said I was there. Is this the Jaden that was at the dinner?
It may very well be.
So I heard what was stated. I pray
Spit
to
it
God
out.
It's not true what they're saying.
Just spit it out.
I pray to God that's not true. But I mean,
I can tell you that I can say that Jaden and his girlfriend are like family to Seth. And if Seth ever had done anything to offend them, they would talk to him directly about it. But I can tell you that they love him like a father figure. So I would not be surprised if this was more manufactured information.
Ugh. Okay. So the rumor was that Seth made inappropriate comments to Jaden's girlfriend at dinner. Like when she put the straw in her mouth, he said something about, I don't know, like a nasty comment, give you something to put in your mouth or something. And then when she took a bite of her Red Robin burger, he said, do you like meat in your mouth or something along those lines? Well, he's saying no. But this Jaden, they happened to pin a comment. Now, anybody can make your name look like someone else's, and he just happens to be in chat too. So everybody's there to back up Tony. And I don't know if I believe it. Watch.
Well, that's what I was thinking. The way some creators have, the little bit that I know about this, they've made it seem like Pascal went to the bathroom. He came out, and he's like,
no.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but he's like uncomfortable, and he's like, hey, guys, I'm leaving abruptly.
That's not what happened at all.
I mean,
liar.
Pascal is very professional. And
he is.
So I would never question Pascal's character either. So,
agreed.
So
Well,
Jaden,
there though, there's gonna
See, this is the problem with these people. I would never question Pascal's. Like, why can't you question someone? You don't know Pascal. You don't know Pascal any more than you know me. You should question everybody. Good morning, Miss Queen Bee. Oh, I would never question Pascal's integrity.
Tony's side, Pascal's side, however many other people at the table, and then somewhere in there's the truth of what everyone. Because if we all watch the same car wreck, we're all going to describe it differently in defense of Tony. But you know,
if that's really Jaden, if there's a way we could,
Isn't it funny? They won't question Pascal's integrity, but I'll be put on the list of creators to take down. Isn't that fresh? I wouldn't dare question Pascal's integrity.
Fuck directly off.
verify if that's really Jaden. He can clarify if these people are lying or not, because they're claiming that Jaden is the one that said it. And I
you
do
need
want,
Pascal up here then, and Jaden.
and now I will say, and if SW is in chat, that's Pascal's mod, also my mod. Pascal went live and he did a lot, and I wish to God he hadn't did it, but he did a live stream.
He did.
Correcting that.
He did a really good. He did a really good live.
Yeah. Right, you know what I'm talking about, where he was telling everybody, listen, I'm not leaving Sebastian's case. The vigil was lovely. I had a really good time. Nothing happened. He did say that.
He's got a newborn too. You know, I mean, he's got a family.
Newborn. You're correct.
So Tony, I'm going to ask this because I'm not even going to lie. Like, this thought's crossed my mind before too, because with these cases, especially this case, it's been crazy. Okay, it's been
Good
crazy.
God.
So this person says,
is he sick too? So him, Bullhorn Betty, and True Crime Time Buzz are all sick.
If you are comfortable asking, I think many of us would like to know if Tony knew Chris Proudfoot through the crane industry. Tony as a salesman and Chris Proudfoot as an operator.
That's the question I had. Did you know Chris Proudfoot prior to this case?
1,000% no. So let me explain to you. I cover. I live in Oklahoma, as crazy as this sounds, and I cover northern Colorado, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and Montana. In addition to that, so obviously Chris is in Tennessee. I don't even know that we have somebody that covers Tennessee. But in addition to not being, now the crane community, a lot of people like to say it's small. It is, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to know a guy that owns a crane company in Tennessee. In addition to that, I would never know a crane operator at all. Now, when Chris and I talked, we talked a couple of times about me representing the whole family. I wasn't even familiar with the company he worked for. We simply talked about the model of crane he operated. I was vaguely familiar with it. It's not a brand that we represent. But I would not know operators because I'm generally dealing with owners or VPs or people that make buying decisions. If that makes sense.
That's still a tie. That's a little weird. Still, right?
Say what?
Is that? I mean, so you didn't know him personally, but somehow there was ties to you in the crane world prior to this, or I guess the crane community. I didn't even think it was a crane community, but you were privy to that world prior to Sebastian's case.
Oh, I've been in the same industry for 8 years. Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. Thank you.
Oh, wow. He acts like that's such a longevity of a job. Dude, you're in your 50s. What were you doing before 8 years ago? Does anybody know what Tony did before 8 years ago? I mean, he acts like, oh, I've been at the same job for 8 years. I've been in this industry for 8 years. Dude, you're 50-some years old.
3 degrees of separation between everybody, right? Is that what it is? 3 degrees separation?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
That's right. He said he was a federal process server for years. Yeah, he tried to be a bass fishing tournament guy. He has a Facebook, Tony Mathis Fishing. He's trying. He's one of these characters that has been trying to find himself, and he never can find himself because he's not there. He's void, empty, soulless.
Sure, if he and I talk long enough, that maybe there's somebody that may have worked with him that may have worked for another guy that knew a guy that I knew. But
right, I mean, if we talk long enough, we would find somebody. I'm sure that we know or we've talked to. I mean,
like Tim Mullen.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim Mullen.
Have you ever met or talked to a Tim Mullen? Are you familiar with Summer Wells' case, son?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am. I know nothing about Summer Wells' case.
Okay, I was just wondering.
I did not.
You don't know Tim Mullen though. No, like I am being funny, but at the same time I am being serious. Is that a no for knowing Tim Mullen?
I don't know anybody named Tim Mullen.
Okay, thank you. That's just for my own little tinfoil cap question, Tony.
I did not have never have knew of Chris or Katie or any of their family or anything like that. And I probably talked to him. I want to say 2 or 3 times I talked to him and Katie together.
Listen to this. He said earlier he had one call with Chris Proudfoot. I had one call with him one night. And he made it sound like, oh, that's all I can take. Now he's talked to Chris and Katie together several times.
And honestly, I think that when they could not get over the fact that Seth is the one that had brought me in and was trying to get me to represent the whole family. We did an interview with Pascal. It was the first interview that we did. We made it very clear that we were, they were still up in the air on whether or not they were going to use me. And I made it very clear that we were not going to talk bad about Chris or Katie, that we were simply going to talk about Sebastian. We did that. I came back over from my office to my house, and I was sitting in the recliner in the bedroom, and my wife was, hey, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you guys had fun. You too, buddy. And so I was sitting in the recliner in my bedroom, and it was about 10:30 at night, and I get a call from Chris, and I thought that he was calling to tell me that he thought we had a good interview, and he appreciated us not letting anybody pile on Katie or anything like that. And he called and started getting nasty with me. And without going into great detail, when we got off the phone, we had an agreement that he wasn't going to talk to me like he's talked to some of these ladies. So, and I did cuss him out.
Oh. So Seth got shitty with him, and he said, you're not going to talk to me like you talk to some of these ladies. Why do you always make Seth look worse than he already does, Tony? What's your real MO?
And I get a call from Chris, and I thought that he was calling to tell me that he thought we had a good interview, and he appreciated us not letting anybody pile on Katie.
Oh, this was like Chris.
That.
Never
And
mind.
he called and started getting nasty with me, and without going into great detail.
He's saying he told off Chris Proudfoot on the phone. He's saying he told off Chris, not Seth. Chris. Yes.
When we got off the phone, we had an agreement that he wasn't going to talk to me like he's talked to some of these ladies. So, and I did cuss him out, and I own that, and I do the same thing again. And I talked to him on speakerphone in front of my wife, and I never talked to the man again after that night.
Okay, so the wife is the witness, the wife that has nothing to do with any of this, the wife we never see.
Creep town, dude.
Exactly, creep town, dude. Really? The wife is the witness to this. That means we'll never know the truth.
Yeah, because I remember I think back to that one of the phone calls he had where he said that he had a talk with you, and that it was off, like you being the spokesperson for both family members.
Yeah, it was definitely off.
So he was. Oh man, I had a question regarding.
Hey, Miss Liverbird.
There's actually a couple, and one will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar.
Okay.
I am so sick of hearing this. People
Creep
are saying
town,
that
dude.
that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth to do a photo op, and that there was no search that day. Remember,
He probably could have borrowed a boat for that, to be
I'm
honest.
like,
That's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Oh shit! Cher said he could have borrowed a boat for that. Cher's like, he could have borrowed a boat for that, to be honest. He says that is disgusting.
That were in the boat with us. We searched for 4 days. It was probably 140.
Listen to this shit.
And I talked to him on speakerphone in front of my wife, and I never talked to the man again after that night.
yeah, because I remember I think back to that one of the phone calls he had where he said that he had a talk with you, and that it was off, like you being the spokesperson for both family members.
Yeah, it was definitely off.
So he was. Oh man, I had a question regarding. There's actually a couple, and one will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar.
Okay.
I am so sick of hearing this. People are saying that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth to do a photo op, and that that there was no search that day.
He,
Remember,
he probably could have borrowed a boat for that, to be
I'm
honest.
like,
That's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting. It was my boat. It's still
Okay.
my boat. We searched with we searched with another couple that came to town to help that were in the boat with us. We searched for 4 days. It was probably 104 degrees in the shade those days. And
So now it was 4 people. It was Tony, Seth, and another couple. Who's the other couple? The godparents? 42 searchers, right. There was 4.
we searched until he just couldn't go any longer. Each day, there was no. When I talked to Jamie Vaughn at Channel 2 News, she asked me how the search was going, and I told her that kind of gave her the rundown. I gave her the process of looking for things that didn't belong, items of interest, so to speak. She asked me to send her a picture of Seth driving the boat. We moved out to an area on a mud flat so that it wouldn't show anybody where we were searching, and I gave her the picture she asked for, and that was really it. Unfortunately, they went on further, and I gave her a 30-minute dissertation.
Dissertation.
There you go. There's Jaden right there.
Yep. I want to make sure that's highlighted.
Oh, there you go. There's Jaden. No, Seth did not say those things. False information. Oh, that proves it, Tony.
Look
Yeah.
at that, you guys.
I'm just
Look at
telling
that.
you guys, there's so much misinformation. It's like a rainstorm of information every day we get out of bed.
Well, this right here is particularly disgusting, Tony, because I didn't want to repeat it, but I'm going to tell you what they are claiming that he said.
I've already heard it. I heard it earlier today.
It's sickening, you guys. I mean, and I'm going to tell you something else that I've heard. And here's another question I got for you to maybe dispel. So they're saying that Seth search teams, he ran the search teams off because he was being very inappropriate with all the women that were helping.
Well, let me just tell you this. You've got some nice ladies on the panel tonight. If you were volunteering helping somebody and they made you feel uncomfortable one time, would you continue to keep coming back and coming around that person?
Never.
I mean, that should tell you everything you want to know. And Jaden, if you're listening, I hope you're doing okay, buddy. Jaden is a phenomenal kid.
Oh, my God. Here we go.
His girlfriend is incredible. His family's incredible. Very important part of Seth's life. And the fact that people are even saying that is absolutely disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're labeling this man as a predator.
That's the easiest thing. Like, so the easiest thing online is that person's a crackhead or that person's a pedo. Sorry, Brittney, but
Yeah,
that's the but like not the best way, but you know what I mean. That's why I kind of don't believe it, because it's just so easy. I mean, it's like Amber Heard. As women, we're taught we trust what the woman says always, but no, it's 2024 and women lie and they get it over on men all the time. I'm sorry, so that is hard for me. I want proof of that before I condemn a man of that.
Well, you know, I don't. One thing you very rarely hear me do, if ever, is actually defend myself. I hate to qualify things that are being said, and if you start defending, it qualifies those things. But don't you think it's pretty sick that they did an overlay of a private part and tried to make it look like I exposed myself when I'm talking about a child?
Oh, my God.
I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Tony Mathis, you are a true piece of shit. You're admitting you fucking exposed yourself. You know damn well it wasn't an overlay.
And women lie and they get it over on men all the time. I'm sorry, so that is hard for me. I want proof of that before I condemn a man of that.
Well, you know, I don't. One thing you very rarely hear me do, if ever, is actually defend myself. I hate to qualify things that are being said, and if you start defending, it qualifies those things. But don't you think it's pretty sick that they did an overlay of a private part and tried to make it look like I exposed myself when I'm talking about a child?
So, one thing about that, Tony,
Justin, come on, Justin. You know what a peen looks like, Justin. Come on. He lets him get away with it. He says he doesn't think it was a peen. Justin, you have one. You know it was a peen.
Someone said they had the original one.
Well, you know that's not true if you know anything about TikTok, because the only guy that has the original is the account owner. And I played the original on a live the next night.
No, you played a fake one, motherfucker. You played another live that was saved, and you tried to play it off as the peen one. And then you told them, oh, say that's JLR's little pecker. Say that's JLR's little pecker. As people were streaming TikTok, watching it live. We all know. You've admitted now that you exposed yourself while talking to talking about a child. Yeah, Critters on the Farm, Dolly Vision. It was all live. He was like, oh my God, what is that?
Everybody to see. And then the girls that were in the panel also told everybody we were on the live. It didn't happen, but we're going to play the live again.
Oh.
And I videoed me going into the live folder, picking the live from the previous night and played it through. But it's a very, very simple editing trick. I fly a drone and I have an editing software I use.
Oh my God, he's gonna tell us how overlays work. Watch. I am so like such a fucking computer hack that I got in his TikTok and I put an overlay of a little pecker on his green screen while he was live. Y'all, I am in the wrong business if I did that shiz.
And all you have to do is stack a shadow over the video itself.
Stack a shadow! This is how you have to do. I fly a drone. I know how to make overlays.
And drag that into 2 or 3 seconds of duration. And there you've got an overlay. You know how it works, Justin.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought it was anything to begin with.
He never thought it was anything to begin with. And Flo, I'm about to bring up that video right meow. Are you freaking kidding me? I fly a drone and I have editing software. And I know that they did an overlay. Don't you think that's sick? No, what's sick is that that's your freaking penis. That's what's sick. Oh my God. Okay, let's watch the peen video really quick. We're going to watch the live reaction of Dolly Vision. Hold on, I got to find it because it's on private here. Oh no, it's not on private anymore.
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you guys. Okay, here it is. The green screen failure. I found it. Okay, hold up. Let me share my screen and then we will prove this motherfucker wrong right now. Right meow. All right, here we go. Oh, this is the short. Hold on. Damn it. Here we go.
Some grief for Seth. I can stay professional and I can stay above board for a while. And then after a while, I just lose my patience. And again, I told these people before that continue to cause trouble that there's a whole lot more that I can do to cause you grief than what I've done to this point. And if you want to push me, then push me.
That's not the right video. Hold on, guys.
Dawned over Austin.
We've got to watch the Dolly one. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Oh, right here. Here we go. Found it.
Some grief for Seth. I can stay professional and I can stay above board for a while. And then after a while, I just lose my patience. And again, I told these people before that continue to cause trouble that there's a whole lot more that I can do to cause you grief than what I've done to this point. And if you want to push me, then push me.
And on Sebastian's Army page, and someone thought it would be funny to Photoshop or whatever across Tony's screen to make it look like he was showing something that I don't
He
even know how to
was!
address this because it's so childish. Like, oh my gosh. It's so freaking childish. But it was not Tony. He did not do that. It was not a slip up. It was not an accident. It was somebody playing childish games. And
He was in the lobby all his life.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah. I mean,
he was in the lobby on his live. Someone says in the background, he was in the lobby on his live. But he just said he was in his jammies.
Creep town, dude.
Remember, he just said he was in his jammies.
Straight up show it on the screen. Trying to say that Tony was doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I can tell you how Dolly had the TikTok. It was live. He was streaming it while they were live, watching it in real time.
We can guess. Okay, Sandra, that makes sense. I wasn't going to bring it up until someone else did. I mean, I know it's out there, but it needs to be addressed. I mean, that's the pettiness that we're dealing with. One of them is a video claiming that Tony was giving a peep show and all that. It's just insane.
A peep show?
Yeah, I mean, and doing stuff with his family, and it's childish. That's what it is. It's downright childish.
And that wasn't even the right one. I don't know. If someone can find it, let me know, because I can't find that one. Let's get back to Brittney's. I'll look for it and we'll play. We'll play it. Let's get back to this.
But then they took that video and sent it to my employer and tried to damage my family's income.
His employer?
Oh, wow.
That's too far.
I've always had questions about that, regardless if it's Tony Mathis or it's Justin. I would have problems because just the logicality of that doesn't even make sense.
Logicality?
The same thing is going to get Don well.
Just the logicality. Yeah, the logicality, whatever the fuck logicality is, the logicality of someone doing that while it was live is bullshit. 100% bullshit. And you know it, Brittney. And Justin, you know that that's a peen. All of you know that that's his little peen.
Was fired at work. Like, did that bring Summer home? You know? No.
Yeah, I mean, so, you're talking about a 29-year marriage that I have, a very good marriage. You're talking about a college graduate and another child that's 15. And you're willing to damage their livelihood because of why? You don't like the guy that chose to help him? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy act for sure.
So, when people have gotten to the point that they've gotten this dramatic and vile, or they're causing problems for what we're trying to do, it's very hard for me to want to go back and try to mend fences with them because I wasn't friends with them to begin with, and they weren't in Seth or my life, before this happened. So when somebody shows their true colors, I mean, it doesn't really benefit us to go back and try to turn somebody bad good, if that makes sense.
Well, no, and I wouldn't think that would be the role either, right?
No, it's definitely not my job to do that.
Right.
But there's no questions. There's no questions off limits for me as long as it's, as long as you're not asking me to, to share private stuff about Seth, which I know you wouldn't do, and as long as you're not asking me to read Seth's mind or whatever.
No, and from the way that you've explained it, you pretty much see that we do support him. We do. I think it's horrible, and it's almost like people, no matter what the man does, there's always an ill motive that they seem to think that he has. And which is bringing me to this question. Tasha, thank you for asking this because I've questioned this myself. Tony, do you think that the Proudfoots or the Bowersocks are paying creators off to talk bad about Seth to take the heat off of them?
Shit, I don't know.
I know that's a hard one to answer because, like,
if you had to just answer on your if you weren't just answering out of your gut, what would you say? Take your professional hat off for just 10 seconds. What's your gut tell you?
Listen, I just think that's all far fetched. I mean,
okay, that's fair.
I just it's like me paying somebody to stalk somebody. I mean, we've all got families, and regardless of what I think about Chris or Katie, regardless of what I think about law enforcement or anybody else, I mean, you know, if I don't have proof, I'm gonna keep doing my job. I mean, you don't ever hear me hardly ever talk about anything to do with Chris or Katie. When I talk about law enforcement, you hear me say that I think my client deserves better communication and more answers, but I don't get specific. I don't attack a guy that's out there trying to do his job. I just simply say that I think the communication could be better, and I think that they should answer the question, are you any closer today to finding Sebastian than you were February 26th? And I think that's a fair question.
It is. I do too. I do too, because it's amazing to me that I'm really shocked that they haven't given us a press conference yet to kind of quell some of the rumors that have been dredged up.
I agree. And here's what I think, Brittney. I watched, you know, another rumor you've heard is that I was trying to represent the families of the Idaho 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, here he goes explaining why he was posing with Brian Enton. But he does not say, oh, I posed with Brian Enton. He says he goes there and he drones for Fox News. Okay. Fox Digital has their own photographers. And he's saying, oh, I have a drone in the truck.
Which is absolutely absurd. I'll
But
put that
you were
whole,
there.
So-
Didn't you go to Moscow?
I did. I'll tell
That's
you
what I
exactly.
thought. Yep.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. So I never followed true crime until Gabby Petito, because I had a teenage daughter. That one kind of hit home with me, and I took an interest in it, and I started watching it when I was over at my office working, and then I kind of, you know, got to where I followed a bunch of these creators.
Okay, so he started following a bunch of creators.
Creektown, dude.
He started following a bunch of creators during the Idaho 4. So who did he follow? Because JB Gunner also covered Idaho 4. I wonder what creators Tony followed. And I found that video. I actually put it on this channel because it was Peengate. So we can watch it right here. Here is the live reactions of creators streaming TikTok Tony when he was live on TikTok with noise in the background, etc., etc. I didn't even see it live. I made this video the next day because I didn't catch it live, but some creators did. So here we go. You're going to see the original being played live right now. So y'all all saw the Peen Wienergate video, right? Now, let's take a look at my Wienergate video and the date on it, okay? What does that date say, y'all? And this is the original video I put out. I'm going to play it right meow in case y'all didn't see it. All right, we're going to skip because we don't want to see Peen again.
Trouble that there's...
Ew! Gross! There you have it, okay? So as I said, my original video on Wienergate came out June 10th. Let's move over to who was the first person to notice, none other than our one and our only Dolly.
Was the supposed fake video started?
Jay. Jay. Jay.
Okay. We got it. We got it. This started because I covered a missing teenager's case. Okay. Here's our one and only Dolly watching this. Okay. This is Lady K, who was, like I said, she was screen recording it while it was live. Okay. See hers? What does that say? Oh, I think that says June 9th as well. So how could Jay have put it out? Now, here's the original video from Lady K Talks. Props to her for getting through even listening to this bullshit. But here is her original video. See it on YouTube? This is not any kind of recording. Nothing. We're going to watch Lady K's because he's watching Lady K's on June 9th. And he says, holy fuck, I think I just seen something. And then he sends his viewers over to Lady K to watch it. So again, K-Gen.
Was the supposed fake video started?
Jay.
See my video? June the motherfucking 10th. June the 9th and June the 10th. Do the fucking math.
Was the supposed
Get a
fake
calendar.
video started?
Jay.
Maybe we should cut it there.
Oh, maybe you should cut it there because you know what? Would you just realize that there was a peen on the screen? That's how they cut it. Right there. Tony zipped up his pants. She probably heard the zipper, and she said, maybe we should just cut it there. Maybe you should have cut it about 10 minutes ago, bitch.
Yeah, does anybody else have any other questions?
Before you get off.
Okay, so that's where it ended. Okay, so that's where this live ends. Now let's go over to Dolly. And this is Dolly watching that same live. And he's watching it, but he's not showing the video.
Agree with everything Tony says, but you know what?
He's playing just audio. So check this out.
Tony and I address it like adults privately. I don't go and bash him publicly.
Privately? Why are you talking with a 65-year-old man privately, young lady? Okay, that can end bad. Look what happened with Mike Tyson. Okay, look what happened with Mike Tyson. Listen, did anybody find that creepy? If you found that creepy, press one.
He says banana too.
It's like
I got
video.
banana.
Yeah, but you give me creeps, homie. I make sure my kid gets off TikTok. I'm calling tomorrow. I'm like, look, Tiff, you got to cancel your damn TikTok, girl. She's gonna be like, why? I'm gonna be like, there's some.
I agree, New Hampshire.
On TikTok. I had just got mine up to like 1,000 people on TikTok. I think I'm gonna have to go cancel that. The people are making me feel weird already.
Yeah.
Daisy May.
And I just, like I said, I've had enough of people causing grief for Seth.
For Seth.
You know, I can stay professional and I can.
I don't know what. Listen, guys.
This is when he first sees it.
Listen, there is something on the screen here. I swear to the Lord.
Okay, but a lot of people played it. Listen, I want you guys to understand that there's a lot of people that played this, but he was watching it live when it happened on June 9th. That's my point. My video did not come out until June the 10th. So there's no fucking way that I doctored or changed anything because other people already watched it.
Was the supposed fake video started?
Jay.
Private. Sorry.
I don't even want to say what it looks like. But in the middle of the screen right now, I don't know if y'all can find this video somewhere else. This video is posted on, I'm going to shout this channel out because you got to look
Lady K
at the 12:02 mark of this video. And this video is titled TikTok Tony Talks C&D 6/9/24. Hashtag clue, hashtag Sebastian. And the channel is called Lady K Talks. Okay? Lady K Talks. I want you here, and I'll even throw the link into the chat. Give me a second.
Thank you, Pine Needle.
I want you guys to go to the 12. This is so disgusting. This is why I want y'all to go look at that video so I don't get struck, because this looks like this man has pulled something out of his pants. All right, now this is disturbing.
This ain't me, Tony.
Right, this is the link.
Oh fuck.
Copy. Right. Wait. Go to the 12:02 mark. Hold on. Let me shut this.
Look at his chat reacting
on this video right here. Somebody in the chat room, tell me what you see. Okay, 12:02 on that video link that I just posted. Tell me what that is on his screen. Screen. Somebody tell me. Well, I'm gonna give y'all a minute to click on the link. You know, go to the 12:02 mark in the video and tell me what's on the screen. What is that? Can anybody tell me what that is?
Keep reading the chat. See what the chat says.
I ain't saying what it is. I don't know what it is.
I don't want to know what he pulled out.
Screen. I'm just telling me what that is.
People are saying OMG, 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 screenshot it. Oh my God, I think you're right. What the heck is that? Oh my God. I wish this idiot would send you or JLR.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, I just watched it. That looks
Is that
sus.
what I think it is?
Oh my God, it really
I
does.
was just watching the video and I was like, yo, why did a Wang just come into the screen?
Wang!
It looks like a Johnson, right? I was sitting here like, what the hell? Tony, listen, I don't know what you got going on with these little young girls on TikTok, but oh Lord.
Okay, so there you go. There you go. This didn't start with Jay. It's got nothing to do with Jay. It's got nothing to do with JLR. So everything that Tony says about this, we need to, consider that he's admitting he exposed himself on a live stream talking about a child. Because, sorry, nothing about that was overlaid or anything like that. Nothing of the sort. And that I don't even have to say allegedly, in my opinion.
So I kind of followed him right into the Moscow case after that. So I took my family to ski in Big Sky, Montana for our family vacation. And when I just was intrigued with that, that house and everything that had happened. Because again, three of those girls were essentially, teenage or a little older, children like my daughter. And so when I dropped my family off at the hotel or at the airport there in Bozeman, Montana, they flew home and I started my work trip, which is usually about 3 weeks. Well, I was sitting over in Western Montana in a town called Missoula. And,
I've heard of that. Wow.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. And so I'm sitting over there I dropped them off Saturday and I thought, I'm sitting over here on Sunday and I got nothing to do. So I pulled up my GPS and I was like 3 hours from Moscow. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to drive over there and check that town out, see that house and just, and my main mission was to take something which I did, and put it on, the little memorial in front of the house. Well, I'm standing out there. They had a security guy out there, and they had a tent set up, and they had some media people out there. Now this would have been, give you an idea time frame wise, would have been like the second week of January.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to a guy from Fox News, and he says, I really wish we had a drone. I'd like to get some drone footage of over the house and then kind of over the Sigma Chi house and whatnot. And I said, well, I actually have a drone in my truck.
So Fox News was not equipped with a drone. Okay.
If you'd like, I'll sign a release and give you, if you tell me what you want, I'll get you some footage. And so I launched the drone, and I gave him, got him what he wanted, and gave him the SD card, let him download it. And then I went over to the corner club to watch a football game. And
listen to this shit. He did some droning for Fox, and then he went to the corner club for lunch. And then he got out his laptop and he made a video.
Over there, I pulled my laptop out, and I thought, I've got some cool pictures and some video. I'm just going to make a tribute video to the, to the 4 victims. And I don't have, if you've looked at my YouTube channel, I think I got like 4 followers. And I thought, I'll just put this on YouTube so I can put it on Facebook, because I got a lot of friends back home that are following the case. And, so I posted that video. Well, unfortunately, when I got involved in this, my Facebook was pretty much public. It's not now. But somebody went and took that video from Moscow and took it and ran with it. And the next thing you know, I'm trying to be somebody's spokesperson.
Oh,
so that's how crazy that got twisted. And that video, by the way, is still on my YouTube channel.
Oh,
you know what happened with Caleb Harris's social medias, his TikTok and stuff after he went missing, apparently? So there's a comment here, caught my eye. Ask about Caleb Harris TikTok being taken over after it was monetized.
So first
what's
off,
that mean? Sorry.
it was never monetized.
Okay.
I started that TikTok account. Cindy on TikTok helped me get that started.
Oh, I didn't follow that case, so I was just asking.
I built that account up to, I don't know, 9,000 or 10,000 followers.
This is about Caleb's TikTok that he changed to his name.
When I named it, Find Caleb Harris or whatever it was back then. When I quit representing Randy, my goal was to turn that TikTok account over to Randy. Randy told me to keep the TikTok account. He said, take Caleb's pictures off of it. He said, we don't want anything to do with any social media whatsoever. Well, what? I had a, at that time, I didn't have a We Are Sebastian.
I'm sorry, whose bank account's linked to the account? I just want to, there's a bank account linked to the social media. I'm a creator. I know I have a TikTok too. Whose bank account? Was it your bank account? There's a bank account.
There is no bank account attached to that.
There's
account.
nothing. So the
no banca records.
Money that has gotten, was there any money raised? I don't know. I'm asking. So now my mind's like, dude, what the heck? Was there money raised on that? On that account, Tony?
No, ma'am. There was coins that were raised that I'm assuming. I'm not a guy that understands TikTok inside and out.
I'm learning it too.
Yeah,
so I think you have to have so much to even cash it out. That'd be something really simple for you to go on your thing, screenshot, edit out whatever, like your name, whatever. But you can. That's an easy thing for you to show that you didn't cash out, just so you know.
Yeah, there's no bank account that's ever been attached.
Okay.
There is a coin balance on there, and I'll tell you what I did is when we got Sebastian's, when I ended up taking over that account because Randy didn't want it, I just changed it to my name. But what I did is there was a coin balance, and anytime I would go in anybody's lives that was doing a good job of covering Sebastian, I would buy those gifts with those coins and gift them to the creators. But there's never been a bank account attached to it.
I didn't know we could do that. Okay, cool. I just learned something new.
Yeah,
okay.
you can buy
you can prove it.
I think he's lying. You have to have something attached to buy coins, Tony. You can buy coins.
That I think. Check your thing and like maybe screenshot that, Tony. That'd be just a simple thing for you to be able to knock it out of there, right? But I want to hop down. But I did want to say I appreciate you talking to me and answering every question I've thrown at you. I do have many more, but in the chance we don't get to have a conversation again, a lot of us, our hearts are in there for Sebastian. Some of us are in different states. Some of us are in different countries. I'm in Saskatchewan, Canada currently. What can we do with you knowing more than any of us really? What can people like myself do to be productive of this case going forward?
I would say the biggest thing you can do is just hammer your area with flyers because we don't know where he's at.
Even like across all borders too, right?
It doesn't matter. Canada, Mexico, anything attached to the United States. I mean, I've put flyers in North Dakota, I put them in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota. I keep them in my truck and, all of that. So
prove it.
Okay.
I bet you
don't.
Okay,
well, I appreciate you. If you ever want to throw me a debate, my email's easy to find. I'll throw it in the private chat there, but I feel we might not have another conversation because a lot of people will tell you not to talk to me, as you probably know and probably already been told. So I do appreciate you having a civil conversation with me. Appreciate
Absolutely.
that. Walking right into the lion's den. You sure did. So
no worries.
credit there. Thanks, Tony. Thank you, Brittney. Love you. Thank you.
Love you. Okay, I just want to show you some of these, Tony, because this is just at least so you can see what I was talking. Where the screenshot.
I can't see
shared.
that, Brittney. I'm sorry, I'm on
Right,
the phone.
I don't know how I can make it any bigger.
I wouldn't be able to see it anyway. But are these supposedly texts?
Yeah, so these are
supposedly texts. Oh, I can't see that, Brittney. I've never seen those before.
text messages, and they're from. God, I can barely see it. I think it's Kayla TikTok and
Who?
a person named. Is that Kayla TikTok? You guys, it's hard to see it, but it's
What of them says Paris? Is that Paris?
It's hard to see.
It is.
I wish I could make that. I can't make it any bigger. Hold on, guys.
That's what Tony
What,
said.
I lost it. Hold on.
I can't make
So
it any
basically, this is what they're
bigger.
talking about. Let me
Just give me the gist of it, Brittney.
back up. They're talking about.
Oh, just give me the gist of it. Ew.
Okay, so basically they're saying that you started this group with the purposes of taking down JLR, Cluminati, Dolly Vision, JS for Justice, and Barbecue Lady. And then
there was no group started with that purpose.
Hold on a second. This one. Hold on a second. So then we show these. I guess this is where people are arguing. I don't even know because I'm not going to be able to read it up either. But you say that
how
there was no group at
convenient.
all.
Oh no! Remember I said that we had a Facebook group of creators that supported Seth, and there was 3 people in that group that after there was a big blow up where they chased down a creator's mom and all that, they got sideways with some of the other folks in the group. Again, this was all going on in a subgroup that I was not in. I didn't even know that this live was going on, and they had this mom on there that I guess there was some essay involved in this woman's childhood, and I mean it got crazy, and they had a falling out, and it turned into a big pissing match, and unfortunately the 2 ladies that were the catalyst behind it, when they bounced, they tried to deflect to everybody else, but I mean they were on the ground literally digging into this woman's past, her background, her family. It was nasty. So my group was created with like-minded people that were out there supporting Seth, which is what I've done from day one. Tried to find creators that supported Seth and his team.
Right. Yeah.
And that hasn't changed. There's a reason that we are so close to Betty, because she supports Seth and his team.
Oh my God.
I tried to do the same thing on TikTok, but it got to where there was so many people that were fighting before I got there, and I didn't understand all the dynamics of that. And it just got to the point where I just you don't ever see me on a live anymore. I mean, I'll go in a chat and support somebody, but you don't see me on a live because it just got to where it was a complete shit show.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
No. That's okay, Brittney. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask this question regarding Sebastian, being that you work with Seth, and you don't have to answer it if you're not comfortable. But what do you have a theory or a main idea of how, or maybe what you think might have happened to Sebastian? Do you think he ran away?
I will tell you that I had a lot of theories in Caleb's case because I was there from day one.
Yeah.
I have never had a theory with Sebastian. I was very late to the case. What I can tell you is what we know from law enforcement, that there was no proof that Sebastian ever walked out of that home on his own. Yep. And my mind goes a lot of different places when I hear that. But if I were to attack the mother and stepfather with no proof, it'd be no different than what's happening to me every day.
I feel like it would be different.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though, because I mean, and even for you, Jules, I feel like I can say this because some people would say that we attack them. But if you listen to my content, to Jules, and pretty much anybody that I affiliate with, it's not even really that we're accusing them of making Sebastian disappear. It's our critique of the way that Sebastian has been treated with the words that come out of their mouth, their omission. You know what I mean? Like spanking a child on the spectrum with a belt. I have a kid who's on the spectrum. First of all, I don't think you should, that kind of punishment should be inflicted on any child. But
okay, that's irrelevant what you think about a punishment being inflicted on a child. What you think about a punishment has nothing to do with Sebastian's case.
One who's on the spectrum, the man admitted that before his foot went in the door with moving in with Katie, Sebastian had to give away the 2 favorite pets that he had. Like, I mean, the kid started losing everything he loved the minute that Chris Proudfoot came around. So
do I think that?
Okay, so she's gonna go at Chris Proudfoot, and I'm not a fan of Chris Proudfoot either. But she's gonna come at him for being allergic to cats, being the reason that Sebastian lost everything he loved. How about the dogs that he had at his dad's that his dad said, well, you didn't take care of them, so I got rid of them. Oh, but that's not fucking cruel, right? But explaining to a child, hey, your stepdad has an allergy maybe that's it. Fucking bullshit, man. Sorry, Barbara, for my language this Sunday morning. Thank you for being here, guys.
Do I think that they probably know more than what they're letting on? I would say that that's a fair opinion. Do I think that Chris is a bad guy? Absolutely, I do. And I think he's a bad guy because I have personal experience with him, and I don't like him.
Well, the fact that you will admit that you think he's a bad guy.
What, Jules? Oh, the fact that you'll admit that you think he's a bad guy just tells me your character, Tony.
You got some respect from me.
You got mine too.
See what I mean? Look at him. He's laughing at you, Jules, because he knows that's all it takes. He's just got to say a couple word salad fucking sentences, and he's got you fucking snowed. Oh, my God.
He is.
Jules.
He is. In fact, on my videos where I was addressing this case, most of my commentary was on his behavior that he demonstrated to all of us to see. There wasn't much conjecture. There wasn't any accusation. It was, look, you are really presenting as a man who would be mistreating kids and women. So thank you for at least admitting that.
Hey, Olive.
Yeah, and I can't say much about Katie because unfortunately I would have liked to have had a conversation with her, but you can't talk to her, as you've heard Seth say, without talking through Chris. And, I never.
Which is controlling.
It is. And I got to hear her in the background.
Oh, you're a liar. You said you had a phone call with Katie and Chris. Now you just heard her in the background. Do you see how the lies just keep going? They just keep flowing right out of his Play-Doh-lipped mouth.
But never got to have a private conversation with her. So, my opinion is that, she holds the key, whatever that means. Yeah. But I can tell you, I have a strong opinion of Chris from personal experience, and it's not a good one.
Yeah. No, he's pretty well unhinged.
Yeah, well, he wasn't unhinged when I got done with him that night, I can promise you.
Oh, really, Tony? Really, Tony? He wasn't unhinged when I got through with him. What? Oh, I'm sure you really put Chris in his place. You're such a badass laid back in your recliner with your peen in one hand, phone in the other.
I need to write my thoughts down. I had a question. I forgot it.
Oh,
here we go. Justin just messaged me. Justin's phone died, so he's trying to let it charge. But we want to get you to say this because they keep saying that Seth was fired from his job.
No.
It says, please ask the question because chat keeps asking it. Was Seth fired 2 days after Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am. He's waiting on medical clearance and he'll be back working at the same job.
That's what I thought. I also want to verify. Seth told me that Chris did not get him his job. Not that that's really important, but.
Okay, sorry, but Seth isn't going to go back to work until he's cleared of his son's disappearance.
That's another thing.
Well,
I'm so tired of hearing.
I felt like that was important. I felt like that was important because I thought that was part of Chris. Christopher Proudfoot presented himself in a way that he was the masculine, manly man who took care of things, and that Seth needed him and his support. That Christopher came in and not only rescued Katie, but became super dad to Sebastian. Oh yeah, and I helped Seth too. And it was all bullshit. It was all just designed to make Chris look like maybe somebody he's not, right? But
yeah, he also said, he got Chris a job.
Yeah, he did say that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I can't even speak to that, guys, because that was well before my time. It's not something we've talked about. I can tell you the only reason that Chris and Seth had a relationship is they had one thing in common. They both wanted Seth to have Sebastian.
I went through. Oh, wait a minute. So Katie did too?
No, Katie did not.
Oh.
Yeah, Chris wanted Sebastian to be with Seth because he wanted him out of the picture. So,
Do
Seth,
you know why? Do you know why?
I mean, look, let's face it. I mean, the way he treated Sebastian. I'll use the word allegedly, as I've learned that you have to use on these platforms. But
yes,
if we believe that the neighbor was right about some of the things that he said, my biggest problem with him is not that he spanked him with a belt. I think that's a problem. But I got a problem with using the R word to describe Sebastian.
Oh yeah, that's
so that would be the biggest reason I think that he's not a good human.
Right. It's absolutely it's horrifying is what it is.
Wow.
Is there any questions that chat has maybe that I can ask Tony, but I don't want to put or make him uncomfortable. So they're asking, can Dolly come up? Do you want to?
No, I have no desire to talk to Dolly.
Okay.
I've watched him.
Oh, Dolly wanted a link and he wouldn't no. You freaking pussy. I have to say it. You are a pussy.
Everyone's get treated like scum.
I have no desire to talk to Dolly. Oh my God, what a puss! What a puss!
Flung. Crucify both of us and never even took a chance to get to know me, and we're too far down that path. If he wants to get a hold of me and talk in private, I'm glad to share my contact info with him, but I have no desire to talk to him in a public setting.
See? This is what he tried to do to me. If he'd like to email me, I'll have a phone call with him. Fuck you. No one wants to have a phone call with your shady ass. You put yourself up on an open panel and then, oh no, don't bring him up. Wide open fear, cooter. You pussy.
But I will talk to him on the phone if he wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, that's
Can I-
fine. I respect that.
Can I ask a question?
You respect that?
I felt
Oh, I respect that. Bend over. Let me lick your ass a little harder. You respect that. You respect that he won't talk man to man with somebody else who has legitimate questions. You respect that. Oh, my God.
like, well, I mean, I continue to feel that way, but all along I have felt like that maybe the Proudfoot family or the Bowerstocks, that maybe they had some friends that were, I don't know, maybe politically connected in the local area. You know, some of those families that have money within a small town.
Wow. Now they're implicating the Bowerstocks and political connections.
They can sometimes have some kind of nepotism type connections, right? Do you think that Chris Proudfoot is friends with some of those investigators or cops or no?
Well, here's what I'll say. I have no proof of any of that, but I grew up in a town called Joplin, Missouri, and it is almost identical to the size of Hendersonville, Tennessee. And to be born and raised in a community and not know some of the people in law enforcement, I think it would be an oddity. So, you know, do I think it's possible that he knows those guys? Yeah, it's possible. Is it possible that, you know, he's got some friends on the force? Yeah, it's possible. But do I think that he's got a relationship with the lead investigators and TBI? No, I don't believe that. I think that no different than Caleb's case, that you're always going to hear in these cases that there's some funny business with law enforcement, and I'm real careful to get into, you know, to buy into that.
Mm-hmm. But we all, if you're from a small town, we've all seen those stories.
That's
we've all, I mean, it does happen.
Tony Cher says she dropped her email for you in the private chat.
Okay.
For you.
Tony, I have a question.
He's like, I don't want her fucking. He's like, I don't want her fucking email.
I've never been disrespectful, but having Betty on your team, sometimes she can come off a little fresh. Are you okay with all that?
I'm 100%.
A little crass. Oh my God. I mean, why are these people tiptoeing? None of these people have spines. None of them.
I think a lot of people think that. I've heard a lot of people say that.
I don't take that as being disrespectful at all. I mean, you know, we have a place that we stand with Betty, and you know, she is. I think that no different than Caleb's case, that you're always going to hear in these cases that there's some funny business with law enforcement, and I'm real careful to get into, you know, to buy into that.
Wow. Spineless cooters. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But we all, if you're from a small town, we've all seen those stories.
That's
we've all, I mean, it does happen.
Tony Cher says she dropped her email for you in the private chat.
Okay.
For you to grab it.
Okay.
Tony, I have a question, and I'm going to try to be respectful.
Sure.
I've never been disrespectful, but having Betty on your team, sometimes she can come off a little fresh. Are you okay with all that?
I'm 100% with Betty being aggressive, because what she brings to Seth and what she brings to us far outweighs, you know, any negatives. We all have negatives, you know, and I just don't. I'll tell you that Seth and I look at her like a sister. She does a lot of things to help him. She's never flip flopped on supporting him. She supported him since she started covering the case, and she's done an awful lot behind the scenes. She spent her own money, her own time. She's been to that area 2 or 3 times now, and will be there again. And you know, I think that if you see her, you know, come unhinged, I think it's generally because she's reacting to an action. And you know, she's been attacked a lot longer than I've been.
Well, she's bullied. I mean, there's no two ways about it.
Yes, I'm not being disrespectful at all. I mean, I just wanted to ask you that because I think a lot of people think that. I've heard a lot of people say that.
I don't take that as being disrespectful at all. I mean, you know, we have a place that we stand with Betty, and you know, she is we talk to her daily. And you know, if I asked her to drive on her own dime up to Tennessee to help Seth with something similar to what I asked her to help him with his YouTube, she'd do it in 2 seconds, no questions asked. I mean, she's been incredible for us. And you know, the situation that I'm in, I can judge somebody on how they treat Seth and how they treat the rest of his team, and anything outside of that, unfortunately, in this situation, it just doesn't matter.
Well, I just want to let you know, since the very beginning of all this, I have been on board with Seth.
She has. Nana's been.
And I will not change my mind. I told everybody that I will not change my mind. I will not apologize to anybody if I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. So I'm just going to tell you that.
I think it's amazing that there are people that even question Seth. If I have ever seen someone who was innocent, it's got to be him. So it's amazing to me that.
Oh my God, these people.
There's people who think that he has something to do with it. It's just amazing.
Y'all just reminded me of my question. Oh my goodness. This is a big one. This is a big one, Tony. Please clear this one up. I'm sure you can. Another major thing that's going around. My God, I saw it all in my chat last night. Seth went missing on the cameras at work from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m.
Oh, this is the good part.
Where'd you hear that at?
It was somebody went into Justin's chat. I think was it last night?
Okay, hold on. We got to slow this part down because this is where I come into play here. This is where it gets good, folks.
Outside of that, unfortunately,
watch his response when she says that he was not seen on camera from like 3 to 6. I think she says. Watch.
This situation, it just doesn't matter.
Well, I just want to let you know, since the very beginning of all this, I have been on
I'm
board
Team
with
Seth. I just want you to know
She
that.
has.
Nana's been
And I will not change my mind. I told everybody that. I will not change my mind. I will not apologize to anybody if I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong.
Draft.
So I'm just going to tell you that.
I think it's amazing that there are people that even question Seth. If I have ever seen someone who was innocent, it's got to be him. So it's amazing to me that there's people who think that he had something to do with it. It's just amazing.
Y'all just reminded me of my question. Oh my
yay.
goodness. This
Okay,
is a
go on.
big one. This is a big one, Tony. Please clear this one up. I'm sure you can. Another major thing that's going around. My God, I saw it all in my chat last night.
All right, wait for the reaction.
Seth went missing on the cameras at work from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m. the night Sebastian went missing.
Where'd you hear that at?
It was somebody went into Justin's chat. I think it was it last
Creektown,
night, y'all?
dude.
And I think it was last night. Somebody
Oh,
went to
he's
Justin's
sick.
chat and was saying that Terry Lynn said it, which I talked to Terry Lynn and I've never heard Terry Lynn say that.
No, that's baloney. He didn't disappear from work. He was at work the whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, let's talk about it. I asked Terry Lynn about that. And Terry Lynn, she wouldn't say that. Okay. Let's see. Quit listening to fake creators, y'all. This is nothing but fake creator bullshit. And here we have a text between myself and Terrell Lynn's Terrell Lynn. Okay? We're going to show what Terrell Lynn told Jay is for Justice. And then we'll get back to our video. Okay? This is what Terry Lynn told Jay is for Justice. And it's not allegedly, in my opinion. This is what she told me. Back in June. She was trying to give me information. I said, I'm blue at the top. I love you, Terry. I love you, Terry. But I'm honestly done talking about it. I said what needs to be said in the live today. If it continues, it won't be done online. I have other cases to cover. Now, this is about Tony and everything. She was like, oh, I need to talk to you about Tony and da-da-da. And I said, I'm done. I'm not talking about it anymore, right? Okay. She says, oh, I agree. I just want to run this by you. I have a 2-hour absence where he's not on camera. If you get the chance, just holler at me. I will always have your back because I know the truth. Plus, I respect the fuck out of you. I will not be defending Seth Rogers any longer. I can't and won't because I don't believe any of them. If I spill, I believe everyone will know why they're not cleared. Love you, Jay, and I do respect the fuck out of you. Holler at me if you want, and I'll tell you. It makes sense now. So I'm not taking the bait. I'm thinking, damn, I'm being baited. She wants me to put out there that Seth hasn't been on the camera between 3 and 5. Oh, yeah, the love bombing is real. The love bombing is real. And Sluice investigates. She knows that I've been through the fucking ringer with love bombs and shit and weird shit happening, right? So then we go down here to June 12th. This is Tuesday, June 11th. She texts me at 11:11 p.m. I got your back if this fuck comes for you. I will also give you info on why they haven't cleared Seth. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? So I didn't put this out there, right? So I ignore her. I'm not taking the bait. Wednesday, June 12th. Jaybird. Jaybird? I don't know you like that. What'd you call me Jaybird for? Jaybird, is there a way to enhance your footage? She's talking about the flashlight video, the Ruckus video. Can you see if that could be Seth walking with Sebastian?
Bing bang.
She said it. I didn't. Oh, the love of Terry Lynn. I know, Sleuths. Why is she calling me Jaybird? Do you know what is weird, Sleuths? She told me on one of our, I think we had 3 phone calls total. She told me that she knew Mark Gillespie and that he was trying to get in her pants. But she's asking me to look at this Ruckus video and this light video and see if I can enhance it to see if that is Seth walking with his son. Yeah, she was supposedly in the bushes back in Watt's time. Yeah, this is something that happened to me back in 2020. She knew all about. It was weird. So I don't know if you believe this or not, but it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. Next page. Wednesday, June 12th. I'm still not taking the bait. I never respond to these. I want you to pay attention. I don't respond. I'm not about this kind of shit. I didn't want to share texts. I don't do that. But this is fucked up. So I respond. I say, no, it's too dark. It's just the 2 lights. She says, damn, we gotta talk. That could maybe be 2 men. From 3 to 5, there's lost hours. The next day, that was at June 12th at 11:24. You were there back then, SS? Holy crap. Yeah, that's why you were focused. I was focused on the trend. Yes. So this is Tara Lynn. So then the next day on June 13th at 4:47, Jay, when I say 3 to 5, that's Seth missing. She's really trying to pound it in my head that she's talking about Seth not being on camera from 3 to 5 a.m. at work. Then she says, what I said on my live yesterday, I meant. I will god dang stand beside you and dare a bitch. I also believe if you look at the light video, I see the ponytail, period. She's saying that this is Seth's ponytail in that Ruckus video. Today, the bitch, me, is back. I will take my C&D and wipe my ass with it. Love you, and I dare Timu, tiny dick, and fat ass to say a thing about you. Love you, and I mean that. Timu, tiny dick, and fat ass is Seth. FYI. Terlin. This is the integrity of these people that claim to be searching for Sebastian Rogers. Also, I have one of X of CP's, Stephanie. Let me know if you want to cover it or maybe together. CP's ex-wife, Stephanie. Then we have Stephanie the dog handler. What? What? Here we go. Jaybird again. Jaybird! We thought it was a bun. It's a ponytail. I know I sound crazy. But when, in my opinion, your alibi is shot because you're missing from 3 to 5 a.m. on camera, where the fuck was he? I have more info. What do you guys think of that? June 13th. This lady was feeding me that Seth was not seen on camera at the jail between 3 and 5 p.m. rather. Why is she throwing all this stuff at you and not sharing it on her own channel or giving it to someone else? Was this part of the takedown, Jay? Was this for TikTok, Tony? Yep. Yep. And you can bet your ass that these are being sent to the TBI. Because she's straight up telling me that the father of Sebastian is missing from camera. She's got more info. And she thinks that Seth is in the ponytail in the video. Then over here, she sent me a screenshot between her and Julia. She says, this is Julia to Terry. And they sent me this. Listen, Friday, May 31st, Julia says to Terry, we convinced Denali and her husband to go to the FBI Memphis office with us to give an official statement based off what they told us. Terry, this is more than we thought. All three of them are involved. Do you see the shit show? I have no idea who Denali is. You can't make this shit up. This is what Terry Lynn, I mean, this is just a piece of the pie. I just looked this up this morning. This is a piece of the pie. She tried to feed me so much shit. But I think that law enforcement needs to know that this woman has more info and she doesn't trust law enforcement. So I can guarantee you she hasn't given it to him. If she has anything. Denali and her husband are going to the FBI Memphis office. This is more than we thought. All three are involved. Like, why all this misinformation? Hey, Larry, good to see ya. I don't know if it's bait, some truth, some bait. I don't know. We can't know. How would we know? But you know what? If the cops see this, it may trigger something for them, right? They're the ones with all the information, is law enforcement. And that's why law enforcement needs to see this. This is dangerous behavior. This is dangerous territory. And you want to tell me that Terry Lynn gives a shit about Sebastian? She playing these games? Oh, she just wants to find Sebastian. No, she's out there finding fake evidence, is what she's done. Fake planted pants, planted mattress cover, etc., etc. No, I didn't, because I just looked it up this morning. I never even read these. She blew me up so much, y'all, that I never even read them. But they will be going to the law enforcement when I get off of this live. Oh, the glasses too. That's right. That's right. Because Sluice, you know what else? When Vinnie Politan asked Seth if there was any damage to the glasses, he was like, oh, just a little in the middle where the nose part is. They were laying in the middle of the road. They would have been run over. They had been sitting there for how long? Allegedly. No, she's not a sucker. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's a scammer. You had the S word right, Nora, but she's a scammer, not a sucker. Yeah, they would have been damaged, weathered, run over. And he was like, no, they were fine, except for the little nose piece had a few scratches. Yeah, because someone dropped them there. And I hope that these people get charged criminally, because this is disgusting. It's a waste of law enforcement time. She called law enforcement. She called law enforcement to come pick up these pants, complained about how long it took them, that the guy wouldn't get wet. All unnecessary bullshit. Wait, so you sat on this since June? You're just now going to send to LE, or did you misspeak? No, I received this in June. I just read them this morning after Tony came out with this bullshit, and they brought up that Seth was missing on camera, I went back and searched through my texts and found him. I didn't do anything wrong. Fuck's sake. You wouldn't even know about it if I didn't come out and even search for it after they talked about this.
He didn't disappear from the cameras. There wasn't a time gap. You know, when you're working those county
Not
jails,
what I heard.
I mean, you're the guy. They don't have fill-ins for you.
That's
So,
right.
you know, he was there from the time they were at the Texas Roadhouse all the way past the time that he was reported missing. And he's on camera as such.
Right. He didn't even get the voicemail until an hour later, which I will never understand.
Yeah, I won't understand that either, Brittney. If you don't understand it, there's a reason. Start using your freaking melon that God gave you. God gave you a brain. Use it. Stop going off what everybody else tells you. Think for yourself.
I talked to Seth about this, why the Proudfoots wouldn't call
Right.
Seth's work. And Seth said he gave Sebastian, Katie, and Chris 3 forms of emergency numbers.
That would have been my first phone call. As the
Yeah.
mother, my first phone call would have been to the father saying, please tell me that our child called you or you have him. That would have been my first phone call if I'd wakened and my child was missing.
Here's what I'll say
crazy.
to that. You know why he was late getting the message, because he's, you know, got to lock his phone up when he's at work. So he didn't, you know, he's not able to have his phone out. The other thing that's really odd to me, yeah, I believe they should have called the jail. They should have got him on the phone. I also believe that they should have made him aware that, you know, that there were reports that his son wasn't being treated properly. And I think the ball was dropped there. But I think.
Oh, okay. They could have called the jail and got him on the phone, but what if he wasn't there? What if he wasn't there? Maybe that's why Chris didn't call. Remember, him and Chris talked every day. They had a plan to have Sebastian go move in with Seth behind Katie's back. They were working on her. And then Chris doesn't call him at the jail. Why? Because he wasn't fucking in there?
The bigger problem, I think the bigger problem is.
What is it, Tony?
Your child is missing.
You got to be kidding me.
I don't know. I don't know how anybody calls their husband first. He calls a buddy at the sheriff's department or whatever, and then the third call is to 911. To me that blows me away.
What is he talking about? There was never a call to 911. Welcome, Suze, to the Cooter Crew. What is he talking about? The third call was to 911? They never called 911, you moron. Does he even know what happened?
Called the jail. They should have got him on the phone. I also believe that they should have made him aware that, you know, that there were reports that his son wasn't being treated properly. And I think the ball was dropped there. But I think the bigger problem.
Wow.
I think the bigger problem is when you've got your child is missing.
You got to be kidding me.
I don't know. I don't know how anybody calls their husband first. He calls a buddy at the sheriff's department or whatever, and then the third call is to 911. To me that blows me away.
Well, listen, I'm going to tell you something. Pennies for your thoughts. So much BS behind the scenes that creators just seem to trickle out over time. So it's hard to know what's BS and what's real. I think most is probably BS in my opinion.
Town, dude.
I don't know what you mean by what's BS and what's mostly BS, but I understand being a viewer. It's got to be frustrating to think, oh my God, these creators are getting shit. They're not acting on it. They're being irresponsible. But we are also inundated with stuff. We're inundated with so many emails, Facebook messages, Twitter messages. I mean, the list goes on. And texts and all this shit. And we try to, you know, decipher through it. And by the time she was trying to feed me shit like this, I was already done with her. I was already done entertaining her. As you can see from my lack of replying, I stopped reading because a human one person. I'm only one motherfucker sitting here, can only take so much. I had Tony threatening me that he's going to end my marriage. You know, just take into consideration that we're one person sitting here. I understand it's frustrating. But damn, when we see the time to fill in the gaps and to make things make sense, we do it. If I would have brought this out in June, everybody would have said, oh, you're hating on Terry Lynn. She's the only one out there searching. Some things obviously had to come to light before you could digest this. And that's just the way it is. And if you don't like it, try starting your own channel and doing it your way. But I'm trying to do it the best way that I know how, without trying to put misinformation in everybody's head about Seth back in June. Everybody would have attacked me. Oh, Terry Lynn, she's printing her own flyers. She's an angel. She's Sebastian's angel. I would have never heard the end of it. And you know what? I got enough to worry about than bringing that shit on myself.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, totally.
What does that even mean, allegedly, Amber? If that's ridiculous. They said, why is the Sebastian
So in the meantime, it's all about Brittney. She's got a post that, oh, the Sebastian group said that Seth ripped me. They don't care about this kid. And y'all are going to sit here and make comments about, oh, creators doing this that are BS. You think these people care? She's more worried about what's being said in the Sebastian group. In the Sebastian group that I'm banned from. I can't even view it. It's a missing kids Facebook group and I'm banned from it. Make it make sense. She totally tried to set me up, the Finn.
On Facebook are already posting that Seth ripped Brittney Jay. Oh my Lord. That is not even, isn't that?
We have a joke in my family. If it's said on Facebook, it's true. And
Right.
that it's being sarcastic.
He did not rip me at
No.
all. He just said that if I didn't support his team,
He
that he could.
didn't understand what was going on. And for him to bring Tony up here, he's watching this. Now he understands. But at the beginning, he didn't understand what was going on. And
Here's what upset he and I and other members of his team. You know, I can tell you this, Brittney, because, you know, you were honest with me. The title to these videos, using my picture and saying, you know,
we're going to keep using it.
You know, is this guy doing this or whatever? I mean,
yep.
We live in a world where we wake up to those kind of tags, and the person that does that has never even talked to us. And, you know, it is.
I don't want to talk to you, and I don't need to talk to you to know what you're all about. You've showed yourself, and you're going to give everybody this advice right now. And you know what? You know what? Everybody take Tony's advice, because he's going to tell you when someone shows you who they are, listen. When someone shows you who they are, listen. And thank you guys. And Penny, I didn't mean to attack you. I needed to get that out because there's so much. It's been like, it was months and months of this stuff. Here's sleuths. Here's the thing I've known Jay since 2018. When shit hits the fan, she ices people out. I'm telling you, she didn't know about the Terry emails because Jay probably saw the crazy and backed away. You're so right. I retreat. You know me, sleuths. I retreat from the shit.
Frustrating. I would rather see a video titled, you know, we're gonna be talking about Tony Mathis tonight, instead of a title when everybody sees it, they take it as fact, because that's the way most of these people are.
Right.
Oh, so we should change our titles. We're going to be talking about Tony Mathis tonight. Fuck you, Tony. We'll make our titles whatever we want.
Fuck directly off.
Understand that. Trust me, I'm ripped all up and down on these streets. So I definitely could have did things a lot differently. I'll say that.
And
because
you know, my thing is this. I was not going to come in here. I was going to exit, you know, the live as well. But, you know, when we've got people that are saying that, you know, Seth has signed a contract, he's not allowed to speak. You know, at some point it goes from him protecting me to me feeling like I need to protect him. And, you know, that's why I agreed to come in, because, you know, clearly he was protecting me before I came in. But these things like, you know, he's got a contract, he's not allowed to do this or that. I mean, just none of that's true. And, you know, that's why I agreed to come in. I responded, and then you said you had some questions. You know, I'm glad to clear things up. But the problem is, Brittney, that, you know, the people that have made up their mind,
Yeah,
they don't care what Seth says. They don't care what I say. They don't give us a chance to get to know us. They don't ask for receipts. They just put it out there, you know.
Well, it's kind of, this is a hard lesson that I had to learn. First of all, because I can take accountability, unlike some people, like what they think of me. But I apologize, because I do know how that feels to see, you know, a thumbnail about you that's salacious, or you know, just knowing somebody saying something about you that's not true. I just
Oh my God. Wah, wah, wah.
with that the other day. It doesn't feel good. So I do apologize, and I'll gladly change my thumbnail and my title. But I am glad you came up, and you're right. We're not going to make any progress with any of these people. But I do feel like you made the right choice by coming up tonight for the people in my chat, because we do support Seth, and I know how I feel. And to me, I have a tremendous amount of gratitude and respect that you actually were willing to come up in the Lion's Den and answer these questions. So, you know, you may not have gained anything with these people on the other side, quote unquote, but I guarantee you, as far as people in my community and Justin's, you know, and ours, you did. So I do appreciate it.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm glad to do it. I'm glad to clear up as many things as I can clear up. You know, the one thing I'll say is that, you know, when I go to bed and I wake up, you know, I work for Seth, and my job is to make sure he's happy and he's taken care of. And, you know, if I garner support along the way, that's a bonus. But the people that don't support me, don't believe me, don't care for me, whatever, it doesn't change what Seth and I have to do to find his son. And I do my best to block it out.
Can I ask one more question?
Of course.
Are you guys still putting search teams together and searching out there?
There are private search teams that are out there searching, that are put together by the PI, and I don't have any idea what's going on with that situation. But there are people searching daily that are in Seth's camp.
Okay. I was hoping, because I know from the very beginning he was doing so much search until he had a surgery and then he had to quit. And I was just hoping that people were still out there searching for him.
You know, the problem is, if you've ever been to that part of the country, you've got to have something that guides you to an area to search, right? And that area is loaded with, you know, hundreds of thousands of wooded acres. And, you know, you can't, even for volunteer safety, you can't have people just walking through the woods, especially in the summer when you've got every critter out there known to man, without some reason as to why they're searching where they're searching.
Okay. So he managed to get Brittney to change her title to back down from him and that overlay being a peen. I mean, slow it down. Is it too fast, Shrimpy? Shrimp says, please slow it down. All right. It's just so much. It's long.
So, you know, you've got to have, you know, when you're not getting, you know, communication from law enforcement regarding, hey, this is where we think you ought to send your search team, then you've got to rely on your PI to come up with that information and guide the search teams, you know, where she sees fit. So, you know, that's what we're doing now.
So I'm going to ask this, Tony. So they said the fake Amber Alert that Tony pushed on as true on his TikTok, the recording. Why did he do it?
This is
So,
the
again,
Skags.
if you listen to the whole thing, it was pointed out to me that was an alert. It was not an Amber Alert. And at the end of towards the end of the live, I said, hey, you know what? I got this wrong. It's not an Amber Alert. It's some sort of other alert that was put out by, you know, an individual that works with law enforcement. I did say that at the end, but as you know, you know, people aren't going to give me any credit for going back and clearing it up. You know, it was a mistake I made. It was sent to me, and you know, when I listened to it, it sounded like an Amber Alert, and I called it an Amber Alert, like you would call a tissue a Kleenex. But
oh my God, like you'd call a tissue a Kleenex. Ew. You mean those tissues you got sitting next to you, TikTok Tony? Sick. Oh, I called it an Amber Alert like you call a tissue Kleenex.
technically, it was not an Amber Alert, and I did clear that up. But, you know, people don't want to listen to the whole story. They just...
Oh, we heard the whole
They just want
story.
to take bits and pieces.
Misinformation. You don't double
I'll
check.
think you share.
You don't fact check. You're a
Yeah,
joke.
well, I mean, I pretty much, that's all I really have that I can think of.
Really? That's all the questions you have? After all of this fuckery? That's it? I don't really have anything else. I'm good. I'm going to change my title. I'm good.
Do you have any more questions, Jules? I know it's at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't think Mr. Tony's phone.
I do have a question. Do you feel like, and I'm sorry this isn't about Sebastian specifically, but do you feel like you always attract this much controversy? Is this something new, specific to working with Seth? It does seem like there's been a lot connected with you.
Well, I will say that I had many people tell me, people that I respect tell me to not get involved with this case because of the drama.
Yeah.
And they told me that it was drama from day one. There has been a lot more here than there was in Caleb's case. But I don't really have anything. I went from one father to the next and don't really have anything to compare it to other than, you know, I did not get attacked in Caleb's case like I've been attacked in this case. It didn't get personal. If they did, it was you know, they didn't agree with something the family was doing or said or whatever, and I'd jump in and take the arrow for the family. But you know, with this case, it's gotten very personal. Family, jobs, you know, everything you can imagine, and it's far worse than it was with Caleb.
Yeah, it seems so strange to me because, and I am going to go back tomorrow and look and try to get it down to actual dates. But it seemed like to me that the drama, and you're right, I think nearly from day one there has been quite a bit of drama.
Town,
but it seems like it was really focused on Chris, right? Seems like that's where that was the person that was going on all the shows, controversy, and then all the channels would talk about it. And then about the time that you got involved, it seemed like at that point, then Chris suddenly became very compliant and friendly.
I don't know what they're talking about, but Shelby Lynn, he didn't clear up anything and she blocked all my questions. Shelby, I'm sorry that she did that to you. It's very one-sided. You're not going to get the truth when you have a one-sided creator like this.
Yes.
And
yes.
then Seth became very combative and the narrative just completely flipped. And I mean, like within about 3 days.
Just help a brother
Yeah,
out.
it's kind of one of those things, in my opinion, and I think you're asking for my opinion, but I think that when you have somebody out there in the public eye all the time, that person's going to be the target. You know, Chris was early on. I think the more that Seth and I are out in the public eye, the more we become the target. I think the people that are objective know that it doesn't change the fact that Sebastian was not with Seth, he was with Katie. You know, but there are going to be people that find you to be an easier target when you're consistently in the public eye.
That's true. I'm not sure if Pascal fell asleep on break in garage. Just saying. I'm not sure what that means. But
I think they said that Seth said that he fell asleep in his truck on break.
Seth said.
I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. See, I haven't seen any.
Seth fell asleep in his truck on break? Oh, what? Pascal fell asleep on break in garage? That doesn't even make sense.
I'm not sure if Pascal fell asleep on break in garage. Just saying. I'm not sure what that means. But
I think they said that Seth said that he fell asleep in his truck on break.
What?
I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. See, I haven't seen anything about that. First time I heard from that about that.
If he fell asleep in his truck on break, then he's not on camera the whole time. What?
That was last night, and nobody
Well,
can give me
I can't speak.
screenshots.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, but common sense says that if a guy has a break isn't 2.5 to 3 hours.
No.
Agreed.
So, you know, I can tell you
Okay, then what is it?
Seth is broken, and there's a lot of times when I'm around him now that he will fall asleep because he's just absolutely worn out. But
right,
you know, at a normal work day, if a guy were to get a break, I mean, you get 2 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute lunch or dinner or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you know, the guy's works an hour from Hendersonville, and you know, you're talking about a 2.
No, he doesn't work an hour from Hendersonville. As a matter of fact, I'm going to Google map it again because I did this before. He is not even 40 minutes from Hendersonville. Davidson County Correctional Center, Nashville. 2, Hendersonville. The Metro Davidson County Detention Facility. 2, Hendersonville. 31 minutes. Right meow. Okay? Right meow. If you were to drive from Seth's work to Hendersonville, it would take you 31 minutes. What about in the middle of the night? I don't know. Maybe a little less. So he was on camera all night, sleeping while he slept in his truck even? They're not talking about where Seth lives. He said from where Seth works. Seth was at work. If he drove from work and up to Hendersonville, it probably took him about 30 minutes, not an hour. Woo!
Minute breaks and a 30-minute lunch or dinner or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you know, the guy's works an hour from Hendersonville.
No, he doesn't.
You know, you're talking about a 2+ hour time frame, and nobody gets a break like that.
Right.
So can I ask regarding Seth being cleared? A lot of people, I personally, I'm not going to share how I feel because they'll say I gave you, the answer or whatever they'll say. But I personally don't see anything red flaggish about this. But a lot of people are hung up on the fact that Seth keeps calling himself a suspect.
Well, I think Seth feels that way, but the technical term is that nobody's been cleared.
Yes.
And as a law enforcement officer, he's taking that and saying that if you're involved in the case and you haven't been cleared, then you're a suspect. Nobody's named anybody a suspect.
Right.
So
that's exactly how I've seen it too. I just don't think that he's, because some people are like, well, technically, no one's been named a suspect. He would be a person of interest, and he's not getting hung up on the technical terms. He's just calling it, he's a suspect. I think the fact that he's willing, personally, in my opinion, the fact that man is willing to come out and say that,
yes,
makes him look more innocent. A person who is guilty of a crime would never call themselves a suspect.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, Brittney. Maybe it's like some reverse psychology. Woe is me.
I think as a father that knows that he is innocent, that knows that he's not involved, I think that, there may be days where he feels like he's being treated like a suspect.
But would you agree too that, even the FBI will tell you that when these kids go missing, 9 times out of 10, well, actually, I think it's more like 8 times out of 10, it is someone in the home with the kid, right? Yeah. So that doesn't mean that Seth feels like he's a suspect because he's done something wrong. It could be just because of historically the statistics kind of been in that direction, right?
Yeah, I think it has to do with, FBI will use the term that there's a circle, and they slowly work to push people out of the circle.
Yeah.
And I think that generally the people that fill up that circle are the people that are closest to the victim.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
White boy.
Yeah, I have another question real quick. The flashlight video, it was a little bit controversial. So first it got reported, then they came back and they said, no, it's the garbage truck. And then some really great, talented people online laid it all out, and we had the realization, no, it can't be the truck.
Okay, Justin for All says, if you have a receipt that Seth was out of work 3 hours, then produce the receipt. I bet there is none. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Tara Lynn for that receipt because Tara Lynn seems to know. And she's got more. B. Tim. So he and Sebastian would go out fishing at night. It takes 31 minutes, according to you, to get there, and there are 2 hours missing. Am I correct? You are correctamundo. You are correctamundo. And let's not forget the flashlight, a.k.a. Ruckus video, was at a little after 3 a.m. Justin asking for receipts is comical.
How does Seth experience the whole flashlight video now?
I've never talked to him about it.
Really?
Really?
We don't talk much.
You've never talked to Seth about the What? Come on. Even Betty's talked about the flashlight video. What?
Bing bang.
Oh, shit. Red flag. Red flag. We've never talked about it. You wouldn't talk about it? Why would you not talk about it? No, the time on the camera was right, but it froze, remember? Oh, we've never talked about it. Oh, shit. Why? The only thing that's really come out and they've never talked about it?
Generally, the people that fill up that circle are the people that are closest to the victim.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, we've never talked about it. Let's go back.
Right.
Yeah, I think it has to do with, FBI will use the term that there's a circle, and they slowly work to push people out of the circle.
Yeah.
And I think that generally the people that fill up that circle are the people that are closest to the victim.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely. I have another question real quick. The flashlight video, it was a little bit controversial. So first it got reported, then they came back and they said, no, it's the garbage truck. And then some really great, talented people online laid it all out and we had the realization, no, it can't be the truck. How does Seth experience the whole flashlight video now?
I've never talked to him about it.
Really?
Really?
We don't talk much about the facts of the case. You know, he.
Oh, really? But you're on fucking court TV begging for him to get cleared? But y'all don't talk about the facts of the case? You're a liar. Y'all, this is all unraveling. Who feels like this is unraveling before our eyes? Put a 1 in chat if you feel the unravel.
Tell me anything that I wanted to know, but you know, I'm not here to get the lowdown on things that he's, you know, had shared with him from law enforcement or or opinions or anything like that. You know, we talk on a personal level about how he's doing, and we talk about events and we talk about media, and you know, we spend most of our time just talking as brothers and friends.
But you're the spokesman, right?
Well, yes, I'm a spokesperson, but there's not a let's just say there's not a four-corner contract of what that spokesperson does for every father. Like I said before, more than anything else, I'm a friend to him, and you know, I just don't. If he was asking me to go out and
would advocator be a better word for you? And you're his advocator.
It would be probably in this situation a much better word. You know, if he was asking me to go out and talk about facts in the case, then I would need to know all those details. But that's not what he's asking me to do.
Well, I think that's part of that controversy with.
Well, wouldn't you need to know the facts of the case if you're asking people to clear the man? This makes no sense. Zero. Zilch.
Trash truck. I think what I find to be interesting about it is the fact that it was Christopher Proudfoot that came out and corrected everybody that we got it all wrong, and that wasn't the trash truck, and he had Gray Hughes white knighting for him as well. On that point, right? Mm-hmm. And I just thought that was interesting because now we've had people come out and demonstrate that no, in fact, Christopher Proudfoot was wrong, and that it's definitely not a truck.
Do you agree with that, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I've heard a jillion people talk about the trash truck, and I've heard some credible people say that it wasn't a trash truck. I got to tell you guys, I haven't even seen the video.
Oh, you got to watch it. Like the trash truck definitely happened, but it happened hours, like it's hours apart. So it's definitely two separate situations. And there's no way, like the flashlights, they just don't line up. They're not headlights.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I've heard some credible people say that, you know, that they're not symmetrical. They're not this, they're not that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I've not seen.
Oh, he's heard all this about the lights not being symmetrical and all this and all that, but he's never seen the video. What? This is such bullshit, you guys. This is all unraveling. All unraveling. For y'all that don't know what the Ruckus video is, let's take a look at this just for a quick second. For a little refresher. Whoops. It's about to get bigger. So let's go back. This is the flashlight video that Nick Barris put out. And this is what I got from the damn flashlight video. And they're saying it was a trash truck and all this, that, and the other, and whatever. Some people think it's the screen porch. I'm going off the theory that it could be the garage and the two lights on the side above both overhead garage doors. The side where Katie's van is parked. I don't think that anymore. I think this is the back of their house. So just to clarify, the side high headphones, the side where the garbage cans are. And what I want you to look at, as we watch this, it zooms in and zooms in and zooms in again. Look at the silhouettes. Yes, with new eyeballs. Look at the silhouettes in front of the white lights. It's about to get bigger, so keep watching. Remember, this is a loop. Yeah, this is what I call a ruckus. Keep your eye on the ruckus. There's a ruckus going on in front of these lights. It's about to get bigger, folks. Yeah, focus on the dark, not the light. Just look at the silhouettes of the people, or what looks like people moving about. It looks like there's a ruckus going on. Yeah, look at the black, the silhouettes. Don't look at the light. Like that green, that's where the light is its brightest. That's where the light, okay, I'm gonna pause it here for a second. What I see here, the green is a super bright light. Okay, that's just how the imagery picked up. It's just a bright light. The white around it is the glare of the bright lights. You see another green up here. That would be another light where it's really bright. Okay, it's weird that they come up green, but they do. I see 3 images, 3 people. And I actually see on the left-hand side, I see what looks like someone with a bun or a ponytail or something. Then in the middle, I see what looks to be someone crouching down and then their arm reaching out, grabbing a third person who looks to be wearing a black shirt. Yeah, it looks like a woman on the left to me, like ponytail or... Yeah, the question is, who is it? It does look like someone's arm is going up and down like in a hitting motion, doesn't it? And I want to show you where I think this is coming from. This is just my theory, of course. Okay, so if we go up Stafford Court... Now, I no longer think that's where it's coming from, but... So right here is where I was really disturbed, okay? So this is what I see. I see subject 1 right here. I see subject 2 right here. I see an arm right here. And then I see a subject 3 right here. And this is just my opinion. Maybe I'm making something out of nothing. Exactly. It's a theory. Get over it. I didn't say it was a loop. I never once said that.
I'm
going to play it a little bit slower this time. I was looping it. I know it moves and jerks around a lot, but this is the best we've got, guys. All right, here you go. Pay attention to the black figures. Okay, I didn't say that they looped it. I said I was playing it on a loop. Okay, so it's not an ongoing thing. It's over and over. And if you look here, it looks like someone's arm's going up because you can see where that is lighter than where the clothing would be. I mean, it's not that hard to figure it out. I'm not saying that's exactly what it is, but it could be. It could be, and that was sped up too. Says, I'm actually the one that made this video, and from my understanding, the view that I have zoomed in on would be, and then I see someone standing over here. But I see, as we keep going, and those arms are flailing. Let's go back. The arms are flailing, and then this person, whoever is being wailed on, gets up, and they pull them back into them. See that? I mean, you can almost see legs here. Oh my gosh. I mean, I know everybody thought I was being dramatic, but if you go back and watch this yourselves, go tweak it yourselves, go zoom in on it yourselves, go watch Kaylee's video. Kaylee is the one that zoomed in on this and slowed it down. This is not leaves. And I have verified from 2 different views driving by the Proudfits that when their lights are on in the back, you see this little glob of light. It is their house. Stop saying matter-of-factly, this isn't their house. No one knows. But I've seen it from Terry Lynn driving by and Barbecue Lady driving by. They sent me their videos looking down that easement right next to that, what do you call that thing? The gazebo. This is their little blob of light from their back porch. I'm telling you, I wouldn't say it if I didn't, really look at it. I promise you that. See that? Yeah, and it shakes because it's slowed down and it's zoomed in. So I'm going backwards, and there's flailing, but do you see? Flow? I drew it out on butcher paper. It's just such a big ruckus. Thank you, Flo. No, bless you. He won't come on my live. I've already tried to get him on there. I guess I overlaid this too. If you watch, God, it's just so hard to describe. You just have to keep watching it.
Just help a brother
Okay,
out.
so right here, this is what I'm going to show you. I see a person here observing. I see this person with their head bent over looking down, arm going up, elbow, arm going up. You can make fun of it all you want,
This
you
is
guys.
their
I don't
side.
care. Okay?
It's all we
Whatever's
have.
in front of them that they're wailing on, I see feet across here. And then if you keep your eye in this area between them, you randomly will see what looks like a head pop up. You might just see blobs. So if you imagine the feet down here, and then the body across whoever this is, and then their head being in this area. Maybe on their stomach. I'm just trying to show you guys
see it,
what
Kaylee?
I see. So now watch. I'm gonna go back again and watch for that body or whatever, that person to be sprawled out across. And it almost seems like this person might be holding their arms. And holding their arms, and then this person is holding that person down with their forearm, right? Yeah, you just got to keep watching it, guys. Just hear me out. Hear me out. There's that arm up again. Now we're starting at the beginning again. I'm just going to slowly go through it. Now that you guys have an idea of what to look at. Yeah, it's really sad. Okay, so there again, I see feet here. And I see that arm. I mean, that arm is just wailing away. See that arm just flailing away, man. And then the escape. There's one person. There's the second person. Looks like an arm reaching out. Crouched down. And there's the observer. Over here. So now watch that this person that they're reaching for, right? They swing them back in. See this? Watch really closely. See that? See that? That's them reaching, and then they swing them back in and literally like flip them around. Flung and slung. And then the arm just starts fucking wailing, dude.
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff slung and slung and
right here is where you can see what looks to be a head pop up. And then feet right here. And they look like bare feet. No one knows if the FBI has this video. I can't say for sure who this is. Can you guys? But look at that hair flailing around over here. Look at this. Right here. Keep your eyes right there. And watch that hair. Look at that hair. Could that be a red curly ponytail? I don't know. Look at it. Or a black one. Shit's flailing around, isn't it? It ends, Mike. It doesn't disappear. It just ends. It's a short clip. A very short clip. It could be anything. You guys,
you're so
Kaylee
right.
is the one that made this video, and she said it's the back porch. Okay, here you go, Michelle M. This is for you. All for you, hun. Okay, this is 5 minutes long. This is for you. This is coming from the opposite direction now. My little solar lights. Ain't nothing little about those uplights. Those are pretty bright uplights. Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on. Hold on. Damn it. How do I pause this? That's the wrong one. Hold on. Michelle, I got the wrong one for you, babe. I've made so many damn videos on this. So Barbecue Lady and Terry Lynn drove by, and I'm just looking because I compared them all, and I can show you what I'm talking about. I'm not lying. I mean, I don't know if that's people, but it certainly looks like it could be something to me. And the fact that it's part of his case file, I don't know. It's a little odd. And then Tony says outright, like, we've never talked about that video. Why not? Why not? Okay, here it is. I found it. I think. Yep. Okay, so you're going to see Terry Lynn and Barbecue Ladies. Wait, fuck. That's not it either. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to keep playing the audio for Brittney's while I look for this, okay? Bear with me. Thank you for the super chats. Mermaid.
And then they say he took a flashlight, but not his shoe. So weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there's any part of an autistic child, regardless of how high spectrum he is, that has had an incident with fire ants on his feet. I don't think there's any part of that child that would go outside in the middle of the night with no shoes and socks
No,
on.
because he would, he's going to remember how that. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I hopped up just to say something because it was they had asked you. Now I forget the question. Damn it! Now I forget the question. Give me a minute.
The thing that I found the most interesting that Chris said was that this was going to be a case they were going to be studying for years to come.
Oh yeah, he was around us all in the Chris Watts case too.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty creepy.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah, they never do make sense.
Okay, let me get this out. I'm sorry to interrupt everyone, but I just remembered. So Mandy asked, you're aware with who Vinnie Politan through Court TV is?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was asked, she super chatted him, so he highlighted and saw the question. And so, because a lot of us were trying to think back and trying to remember, and in so many cases, like I cannot think of one where parents have been cleared. In other cases, two-part thing here. I want to know how that makes you feel, because
Okay, we'll get to the cleared thing in a minute. I found it. Michelle M. I don't know why I'm doing all this, but I am.
Just help a brother out here.
Because I'm not a lying liar who lies. And I'm telling you that is their backyard. Here you go. Shit. Here we go. Listen close.
No, it's not dark time.
This ain't even it either, y'all.
It's not dark just yet, right? So we're gonna do this way, right?
No, he said red flags and I should have walked out that door. What the Guys, you can't make that up. He said red flags and I should have walked out that door.
I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
But it's not dark just yet, right? So we're gonna do this way, right?
And that's what Chris said, that he walked out the door and poof, disappeared. Cunning, hey Cunning. The lyrics are, had to bury all your memories, couldn't see what everybody sees. Red flags, said I should have walked out that door. I have cold chills too, Angela. Weird.
I don't know why.
He's a good kid. He's not
He's not a mischievous child by any means.
I don't know why he walked out that door.
That's not even the right one. I can't find it, Michelle. I'm getting really frustrated with myself. I've got so many videos on this flashlight. I'm sorry. I've got to get back to this video or we'll be here all day. Pookie, thank you for joining. I got to get back to this thing or we're never going to finish TikTok, Tony. We can revisit this another day, but I have to get back on track here. Sorry, Michelle, I tried. I'll keep looking. But let's get back to TikTok, Tony, so we can finish this out.
Also, well, this is more of a statement from my research. If I'm not mistaken, that is our human right to be demanded to be cleared, so that investigations have to refocus into what really matters. Is that right?
Well, I don't know that is a right.
Not necessarily right. Okay.
I think that in an investigation, I think that every law enforcement entity is different. I think that every jurisdiction is different. I think that every case is different. I think that in this case, when you have a public servant who is on camera at work, who has had his electronics dove into, I think they've got everything they need to clear him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's out there now. There's plenty of people that have talked about it.
I think it should be out there. Yeah.
If law enforcement cannot tell the father that they are any closer today than they were February 26th, then I think that he has the right to bring in other entities to help, like the Cold Case Foundation.
Right. And so they told him he has to be cleared because Chris McDonough does. I mean, is that just how it goes? Do you have to be cleared as innocent in there for them to help you?
100%.
Okay, that's interesting.
So
wow.
That's the drive to get him cleared so that he can.
Yeah, that's really interesting because Summer Wells didn't need that. Summer Wells case, Chris McDonough walked right into that one. I call bullshit. And it's not a cold case. I agree, Tiff.
Bring in additional resources.
Okay, wow. That's interesting because what if all this time he could have had those resources, they could have maybe helped, but just because he can't be cleared, I mean, the man passed a polygraph, right?
The man passed a polygraph from a former FBI polygrapher.
And did he take it once or twice? There's rumors. Can you explain that for me?
He took it twice because the first time he fell asleep.
Right. Okay. So that would just make an inconclusive, not a fail. And just inconclusive.
Fell asleep in his truck. Fell asleep during the polygraph.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't even complete it, but yeah, it'd be inconclusive. And Nancy Grace cleared that up.
Yeah.
You know, and she talked about how decorated the FBI polygrapher was, and you know he passed the test with flying colors. So you got a digital data dump from all of his electronic devices. You got him on camera at work. You've got a clear polygraph. I mean, in our mind, what else do you need to clear him?
Did Seth get any of his electronics? Again with the Wells, they have not gotten any of the electronics even over 3 years later back. Chris Proudfoot saying he got some stuff back. I don't know if that's true, but so has Seth gotten anything back that they removed, like maybe PlayStations or like Nintendo Switches, whatever kind of stuff they took?
I think what they did, and I remembered him saying this the other night, but don't quote me on this. I think he got his stuff back, which would be, in my mind, what you would need to clear him. But I think there's still a couple of, maybe a Switch, maybe Sebastian's PlayStation. There's a couple things that they kept that, that Seth did not need back to, to operate his daily life. But other than that, Seth got all of his stuff back.
Do they take the Seth's friend? He goes by the name of Uncle Taco. Are you aware of who this guy is?
My understanding is that they have known him for a long time through online gaming, and maybe they
know if he's been investigated though, because I don't like that he's been on. I don't know what live it is. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but that Uncle Taco went on somebody's live, and he right away. Well, the topic is Sebastian, but he's bringing up child corn, and so I'm like, why are you talking about that? But it's a Sebastian. Like, it rubbed me wrong. Have you seen that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Guys, Brittney, stay with me here. Give me just a second, okay?
Yeah, you're fine. Take your time.
Oh,
I don't
Lord.
I think he's getting sick.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking, and yeah, I got
I think he's getting sick. Sorry, I had to get up for a second. What did I miss?
you, Busby. I will ask in just a second. Listen, I'm seeing some of you guys. I'm doing the best I can.
Interesting.
I'm absolutely doing the best I can. So, I mean, I'm not going to, if the man comes up and talks to me, I'm certainly not going to be disrespectful and cuss him out, or, I mean, that's not in my nature. I see some of you saying you're disappointed in me.
Who
No,
asked?
they're disappointed in you for letting me up.
Oh, it's all about you two. Who? No one expects anybody to cuss anyone out. She really thinks that's what this is about? People wanting her to cuss Tony out? Grow up.
I don't know.
See, Brittney, are you there?
Yeah, are you okay? I noticed your cough. I hope you're all right.
Yeah, I'm good. You know, when you have to go to the bathroom, you set your phone down and go to the bathroom.
Hey,
TMI.
I'll answer that question.
Did you hear that fucking cackling? Oh my God.
On your screen there.
Yes.
Betty is not our PI, no.
Okay. That has been a big one. People have totally thought Betty was the PI.
She doesn't have that degree.
She's become like another sister to him and a personal friend and a confidant, but she's certainly not our PI.
It's not funny that somebody had to go to the bathroom. Lord, come on, guys.
Hey, I'm 52 years old. Me being somewhere for 2 hours and not having to go to the bathroom is quite a feat.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
There was another question I did have as well. Share.
Yeah.
Keep talking. It's going to come back to me when you talk.
No, they don't like me to talk.
Oh, Cher's doing good. Okay, is Terry Lynn the PI?
No.
No. Okay.
Thank you,
I signed an
Canvas.
NDA with the
Just
PI,
help a brother out
as well
here.
as a couple other team members. I couldn't tell you if you guessed it, but I can tell you it's not Betty and it's not Terry Lynn and it's not anybody that you guys would know.
Welcome, Tiffany.
Just help a brother out here.
All right, let me see. I'm thinking.
I don't really care, to be honest with you.
I don't either. I mean,
I'm just
personally,
glad he has one. You know?
I thought it was, and this is just my humble opinion, I thought it was weird that the PIs before were on
Just
panels.
help a brother
I thought that
out
was
here.
a bit bizarre.
Well,
You
so going back to the the conversation that we had about Trevor Lee, a lot of what you just mentioned was part of the reason that they were asked to
Just
step
help a
down.
brother out here.
And it didn't have anything to do with anything other than you had private investigators that weren't being private. So, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't know either one of these people. And,
Just help
quite
a brother
frankly,
out here.
I tried to tell Trevor that, hey, this is, I understand that you're close to one of these PIs. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't make that decision. And I think the timing was
help a
just
brother
bad. I mean,
out
all these people are being punted and, about the same time I'm coming in and it looks like I'm the hatchet man, but
Yeah.
I don't have the authority to get rid of people.
I think it's great that you're keeping the private eye private.
Very private.
Mhm.
And then, and here's the thing too. It truly is damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if they rolled out who that private eye was, that private investigator would be equally as picked apart
Thank you,
and
Aunt
harassed as
Kathy.
everybody else. I mean, we know how it works on this platform.
That's right.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Aunt Kathy, and welcome all the new members. Thank you for donating memberships. Welcome to the Cooter crew. I almost said Clicker crew.
It's like it's being crucified by public opinion. There's absolutely nothing you can do. The more you try to explain yourself, the more that they'll twist your words and you'll dig a hole even further. It's 100%.
We all know how that goes.
Yes. Yeah. And I've said it and I stand by it. I've never seen someone that even the people that don't like Seth will say they think this man is innocent, but then they'll turn around and slay him. And it's like, we'll say, I think he's struggling with his failures as a father. Well, if you truly believe that he's living in guilt.
Oh, shut up.
About things that happen, then why do you want to add to that pain?
Yeah.
When you believe
No one's adding to anything. He doesn't have to listen to anybody. Why are you worried about what other people's opinions are? You should be worried about growing that spine that you lack. Because you really don't have one. I know. Drama pays, unfortunately. These people don't care about the truth. You can't handle the truth.
he's innocent. That's vicious. That is absolutely
vicious,
merciless.
Well, he should have to be able to also answer like the hard questions. Not everyone, like coming on social media, I think he should know that there's going to be the good, there's going to be the bad. So hopefully, for the most part, it does good. That well, at least we got his Sebastian being talked about. You can look at as even though people it's causing arguments, whatever. Sebastian's being talked about. That might be the only plus out of there. Maybe I don't know.
I will tell you that my opinion, and this is only my opinion, I don't believe that Seth owes any content creator an answer to anything that he doesn't want to answer. I believe that anything that he wants to not answer or keep private should be his prerogative.
That's true.
And I believe that people that support him should respect that.
And there's probably some stuff you can't legally talk about, right? Like the law is probably mumming certain things to help the investigation. Not, is that right or no?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Like, I would assume that even maybe the law kind of has a little muzzle on what he should be sharing or not sharing publicly as well.
I don't know that the law is really giving him a lot of direction.
No. Okay.
I think that his direction, as far as what we should or shouldn't talk about, is kind of a group decision.
Okay. So they haven't stopped you. They haven't said anything like, "Hey, Tony, have him stop talking on YouTube."
Not at all.
Do you think they like that he's talking on YouTube?
Well, as of now,
Aunt Kathy,
we have a very controlled show, a controlled environment.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about Sebastian and shares pictures of Sebastian.
Yes, on his YouTube channel, you mean?
Yeah, but you notice that
it's great.
Part of the reason that I talked about streamlining things is that he does not appear on on other YouTube channels right now.
He sure don't, because he came up on my panel one night. This is just like 2 weeks ago. He was like, I'm not supposed to be on panels, right? And I was like, yeah, but he only popped up to prove that he wasn't Ben George. And he did. Him and Ben spoke at the same time. And then Seth, he didn't even say bye. He just bloop.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben George. Sherry, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you for your generosity today, guys. I also want to thank Jean. I think it's Jean. Yeah, Jean, for your Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Everything definitely helps. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, and I mean, I give him advice and direction, but I always tell him that, this is your son, and I'll tell you what I think should happen or shouldn't happen regarding your appearances, but, it's your son, and you're a big boy. And I tell him that about everything he asks me advice on. I conclude that advice by saying, but it's your call.
And also teaching them, like, because I've said this too, and helping other people. I always tell Billy Joe, keep your circle small. There's less fires to put out. Just keep it small. Talk to who you want to, but just at the same time, know who's there for you and keep your circle small.
I've never heard of does this ring a bell with you?
Who's Renee Lawson?
No,
Lawson?
Renee Lawson. No.
Renee Lawson.
Brother out.
No.
So no Teresa Mills.
Teresa Mills, that's the second thing she's put up there. So I don't know. He's like, no.
Okay, so there's another thing that's going around that. Sebastian was in contact with Katie's mother the night before he went missing. Do you know anything about that, or?
I will tell you that there was some speculation that happened, but I can tell you that at this point it's hearsay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
And did you say what you think about the Uncle Taco? That whole weird interview he did? I mean, that was inappropriate, right?
Let's circle back to Uncle Taco, Mr. Tony.
I told Seth that I did not know who the person was, or how they were connected, but I thought it would behoove him to ask that gentleman to stay off of these channels.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Good.
And I left it at that.
Yeah, because that was a terrible. Okay,
He told Seth that it would behoove him to keep him off the channels. And that's Uncle Taco. I blocked Uncle Taco after he asked where I lived. He was trying to figure out where I lived, and I was like, Creep Town, dude. That's a little creepy.
Creep Town, dude.
Oh, by the way, this is Tony today.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Yep, that's good. Yeah, he was a terrible. Do you think that Uncle Taco should be investigated?
No.
No. Okay, not that serious.
There's a difference between somebody needing to be investigated and somebody not needing to be on a platform.
Well, yeah. Well, when he's on there, so we know he played video games with Sebastian, and so I'm like, well, that's weird because here you are, you played some video games with Sebastian, but then I didn't understand why he was bringing the pedo stuff up. I don't know. It was really, really weird for me. I don't remember how exactly it went. I'll have to rewatch it, but I remember thinking, okay, that guy should be investigated because why is he bringing something about child corn into a whole conversation that you were being asked about Sebastian. So that made me feel like maybe he should be investigated. So you disagree with that? He should just, an idiot shouldn't have a platform.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Okay.
Well,
That's
I will
fair.
say this. Uncle Taco did come up on my panel one night with Seth.
Do I have him just wrong? Am I understanding?
No, it's just even some of the jokes are inappropriate. I will say that.
Yeah.
Some of the things on my panel was not appropriate that night. But I think that Uncle Taco is a jokester. It's just a big jokester, and it's definitely not funny. Definitely not funny at all.
Well, you guys have to understand something. when Seth is allowed to get up on a panel and joke and be himself and decompress, because that's where he releases. If you remember when he was on your panel, Brittney, there was 5 hate channels that played that live the next day and
They went
absolutely
crazy.
crucified him.
They did, and
that is my job to keep that from happening.
And you know what he did, that it was so, oh my, they still talk about it. He came up with Josh to actually make me feel better, because I had some hate channels. I was feeling really bad, sorry for myself that night, and he actually came up to help cheer me up and was crucified. Yeah, I mean, there's, like I said, there's just nothing you can do. Clearly, that night it was all jokes. But they took
Lazy.
it and turned it into so much more.
And if he would have asked me before he did that, I would have said absolutely not.
Oh yeah.
Naturally, yeah.
But that's part of what I do, is I look at what potentially could be laid out there the next day, the next week, whatever that is. And he just I don't allow him to be put in a situation where he's going to have to spend 5 days being attacked, because it's not productive.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't let you live it down either. There is no forgiveness.
It's not good for his mental health either.
No,
He's going through a lot with his child missing.
So
And then-
you have an hour and a half or so, however long that live was that night. You have an hour and a half or so of a guy decompressing and enjoying himself, and it turns into 5 days of attacks.
Right.
So the reward certainly isn't worth the risk.
It is. It's sad, and it's like, but then you want to tell them, if you do apologize, they're going to hit you 10 times harder you're pretty much hanging yourself up when you apologize, because
you're admitting guilt.
Dude, just do the right thing. See how they overthink? Oh, if I apologize, I'm going to get it tenfold. Do the right fucking thing. Be a good person. Is it that fucking hard? It apparently is for these people. Because it's not hard to be a good person. Just do the right fucking thing, right? Live by the basic 10 commandments. Even if you don't believe in Christianity, it's just about being a good person. Oh, if I apologize, they're going to come at me tenfold, so I just don't know what to do. Just be yourself. Be honest. My God.
You want to tell them, if you do apologize, they're going to hit you 10 times harder you're pretty
I
much
just
hanging
can't
yourself
win.
up when you apologize.
Oh, hanging myself up.
Guilt.
Exactly. You just might as well just, I don't know. I hate it. I really do. I don't think it's right.
Hi, sweet crazy.
And I hope we find Sebastian. I hope.
Oh, now
Here's
that
what
comes
I
up.
I don't understand.
Okay, we're 3 hours and 15 minutes in, and she just said, I hope we find Sebastian. 3 hours and 15 minutes of ad revenue, of memberships, of super chats, of super stickers. 3 hours and 15 minutes, and you care about this kid? Sit down. Sit the fuck down.
Why, in the true crime community, if you don't support Seth or wherever you stand, I don't understand why you can't just move on and cover another case instead of creating problems for the existing case.
Oh, in other words, I can't see why you don't move on to other cases instead of calling me out on my lies and bullshit. You know why? Because we do the right thing over here, Mr. Tony. That's why I didn't get on the phone with you. I got no reason to get on the phone with you. I'm a married woman. I don't need to be getting on the phone with you. I wanted to do a panel discussion so your client could talk about his missing son, and you turned that down. You, sir, don't give a damn about Sebastian either.
Good point.
In the world that I live in, which this is all new to me, you have a choice as to whether or not to be involved in something. And, I look at it as if there was a child missing here in Oklahoma. If I wanted to offer to take my boat or my side-by-side and go help somebody search, I could do that. But if I didn't want to do that, I would just not do it. I wouldn't, get on a platform and, start firing arrows at a father or his team or whoever. I just simply wouldn't help.
But Irony Rose said it best, Tony. It's clicks and views. It's clicks and views.
We all know what it is.
And what are y'all doing? What the fuck are you doing, Brittney? For 3 hours and 15 minutes, and you just now mention, well, I hope we find Sebastian. Clicks and views for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
The content creators, if
you
you
ought
look
to
at
be
the views they get on a
ashamed.
video where they're not either attacking Seth or I, and they're not mentioning Sebastian's name or they don't attack one of us, the views go way down.
Yeah.
But if they put Sebastian's name in there, or they put TikTok Tony in there, or whatever it is they're running with that day, they get a lot more views.
Yep.
Clickers.
Yep.
Yep. You
You
know,
should
don't you?
market on that though. TikTok Tony is actually a pretty.
man.
That's a good name. You should take it.
Yeah, like
Reverse psychology.
Take the negative and turn it into a positive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have to do that all the time, Tony.
So I will ask this Tar Heel, but I am going to ask this because I just forgot what I was going to ask. So she says, can you ask the landfills in Kentucky if the landfills in Kentucky were searched? Per Shirley Chambers asking that. Do you?
Her new title.
We've heard that they were searched. The landfills in Kentucky.
I don't have any idea on that, Brittney.
Okay, I do want to tell you this. I think if there's anything I could say, I think it's.
He doesn't have any idea about the landfill. He doesn't have any idea about the flashlight video. He doesn't have any idea about anything. By the way, she changed her title to Tony Mathis joins us to answer questions. From what the fuck is going on? Tony Mathis did this? Dude. When you fall for anything, you stand for nothing, Miss Brittney.
Really important. I think you need to watch that flashlight video because coming from somebody, listen, I'm just a girl from North Carolina, but coming from somebody that's been digging into this case since almost the beginning, I think that that's going to be a significant piece of evidence in the future because we have an interview with, I think it was Nick Bears interviewed Craddock, and Craddock, he asked him, did that video have any type of evidentiary value? And he said no, but Nick said, well, could you at least tell us what the lights are? Craddock said, no, it's a part of an ongoing investigation. He said, are you telling me that this video could be of some evidentiary value later? And he said, yes, it's a part of an ongoing investigation. He will not say what it is. And I truly believe that, coupled with neighbors' eyewitness accounts stating that they seen on their surveillance footage a car pulling onto Stafford, 2 flashlights approaching the car from the common area, which would be where that camera is pointed to. I don't know. I just think you should definitely look into that, being that, you're the spokesperson for Seth. I think it's really important.
Yeah, I mean, I know Seth's watched the video many times, and I have no issue watching the video. This is what I always explain to people.
Oh, so he knows that Seth has watched it many times, but he's never watched it. Never watched it. Hey, Dolly and PJ, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday.
If I start getting into all the facts of the case, I don't have time to do what I do for Seth.
Yeah.
So I really try to stay in my lane. And, that lane's gotten a little more broad as of late. But
you ain't doing
one part
shit.
of my lane has still not ever crossed into the investigative part.
Right.
Hey, Cannon.
Yes.
I
I get what you're saying, because I think some people were kind of saying, well, you're the spokesperson, but you're coming at it more from like a PR position. Like you're trying to keep him.
Oh, yeah. He did say they never discussed it. You're right, Dory. You're right. He said, we've never talked about that video. Oh, yeah. Dolly and PJ on vacay. I'm so jelly of your vacation. Enjoy yourselves. You deserve it. I mean, Dolly had to see TikTok Tony's peen slip live. And, right, Nicole G, he's never seen the CPS reports, right? Tony's never seen that. He doesn't know what's in them.
Speaking to the wrong person.
Correct.
Yeah, I get that. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he's not the PI. He's the spokesperson.
And I'm not a PR guy either, right? I mean, there's a difference between public relations and a spokesperson, which is speaking for the person.
You're an advocate for him right now.
Super chat cooter.
I think for me, the reason that it's surprising to me is just because you and Seth are so close and you're doing a lot of work helping them. I would just think that there would be a lot of interest, that you would just be curious about anything related to Seth's child.
My interest is, and I could see that completely, but my number one focus is protecting Seth and his emotions. And, if I asked Seth, hey, brother, what do you think about this flashlight video? There's no doubt he would tell me what he thought.
Right.
But when I tell you that with a small team, the spokesperson is also involved in planning events. The spokesperson is involved in getting T-shirts printed. It's not well defined. But I can tell you, I see that on your...
It's whatever he wants it to be. Look at him. Kickback. It's getting teeth defined. It's, planning events. He's so busy. I know Tony totally pussed out. What a pussy. He wouldn't even talk to Dolly one-on-one. Oh, no, I'm not going to talk to Dolly. Oh, shit.
Screen there now. You know, the PI, I'm sure, has dug into that.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got a very good PI. The PI is seasoned. And, you know, I'm confident that I don't have to swerve into that lane because we've got somebody that controls that lane.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Tony, do you feel the law, like, and maybe you've answered this before, I just forget. Do you feel like the law is cooperating with y'all? Like, would the law say y'all are cooperating together? Like, does the law fancy you, or do you feel like they kind of keep a lot from you? Because, like, how does that feel?
I think that they're keeping things very close to the chest.
That could be a good thing.
Not necessarily to, like, not because they don't trust, like, you and Seth, though.
I have no communication with law enforcement whatsoever.
Okay.
That's a big shocker.
I have to look at it as the cup is half full.
Yeah.
Meaning that there is a good reason that things are kept close to the chest.
That's true, yeah.
You know, and that's really the way I look at it. I mean, if I'm ever going to...
Speaking of things close to the chest, have you guys seen Bullhorn Betty's latest last night when she was wearing the fucking tank top that had handprints on the boobs? What? She did. Cher did ask some good questions.
Be critical of law enforcement. It's going to be because I want them to communicate more with Seth, or I want them to clear him, or something like that. It's not going to be critical of them and how they do their job.
Okay.
I mean, I'm an advocate for Seth. You hit it right on the head, and I want more communication. I want more support. I want more people to quit attacking him. I mean, everything I do is acting as his protector.
I will say, I'll give you that, Tony. And I believe I heard, maybe it was Justin. Forgive me, Justin, if it was. I heard somebody else even say it.
Oh, someone else said it.
You have been good to Seth, from what I've seen. I've never seen you, say anything that was even questionable. It's always been, nothing but seeming to be protective and a good friend to him. And so, I mean, yeah, I'll give you that. I mean,
I'll tell you this. I tell the guy regularly that I love him, and when I say that to him, I mean it.
What?
Right.
Cricket.
I can't tell him that I love.
This is sped up 1.5. No one knew what to say. You tell Seth you love him. We're playing that on normal speed just because we can.
Seeming to be protective and a good friend to him. And so, I mean, yeah, I'll give you that. I mean,
I'll tell you this. I tell the guy regularly that I love him. And when I say that to him, I mean it.
Right.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. Yeah. Right. Come on, guys. Let's be respectful.
It is creepy.
It doesn't matter what you do, guys. You're always going to have people that find something wrong with what you're saying, what you're doing. I mean, it's just never going to stop.
Oh my gosh, you were preaching to the choir right now, Tony. Let me tell you.
No one thought that was weird. They all just sat there. What? You love him? You love him? What? I'm getting some new edition vibes here.
Saw the chat tonight.
I think that's one of the reasons too. But I will tell you the main reason I've supported Seth is because I've seen him go through the stages of grief.
Oh my God.
And it's normal.
Now she's a fucking grief expert. The main reason, I'm just a North Carolina girl, but the main reason that I support Seth is because I've seen it. He's gone through the stages of grief. And I know it's real because I'm just a North Carolina girl now. Hear me out. But I've seen him go through the stages. I know. Jules told me. I got my degree from Jules in North Carolina.
And we have seen him advocate and plead for his child.
Michelle?
No doubt in my mind, I don't question his love for his son. And I don't think the man had anything to do with his son's disappearance. But other than those major reasons, I know what it's like to be attacked from all angles. And I feel bad for him, because if it affects us the way it does as YouTubers who have our kids, I couldn't imagine going through that with missing a child.
You're getting attacked when you're trying to make your living, right?
Yes.
Imagine what you'd feel like getting attacked as a volunteer.
Oh, God. Yeah, right. You're not even making anything from doing it.
No, it's actually the opposite. You're working a job and you're spending your money to help a father, and you're getting attacked while you're doing it, and you're getting attacked and things are being said that are so far from reality. I mean, it's laughable.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, Tony, you saying you don't like people that say that they love Sebastian. I have said that, and I got attacked for that by a page
You shouldn't
creator.
You shouldn't.
No,
be
I'm going
for
to
it.
say, it's just I shouldn't have said it that way. I should have said I have a heart for Sebastian, and my heart
Correct.
goes out for Sebastian.
Correct.
Maybe my choice of words were bad.
Y'all, these people are in way too fucking deep. Why are you sitting there talking about you love Sebastian? You don't even know him. Oh my God, people. Take a break. Take a step away. Take a break. You are way too emotionally invested. What's up, Tanya?
So that hate creator, here you go. My choice of words were bad.
Well, and I think most of us with a heart, we love children.
Oh,
And especially innocent children. So I think it's fine to say that, we love children. But, I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian. What they love is his pictures and the personality in those pictures and his innocence and his sweetness and kindness. But what we really, those of us that are around Seth, we love Seth, and we're loving Seth and supporting him in finding Sebastian.
Hey.
Yeah.
Can you bring me?
Yeah. I can understand that completely.
With ice?
And Seth has a lot of love from his inner circle. I mean, I can tell you that it is the Jaden, the young man that came up and commented.
Jaden?
There was no comments like that made regarding his girlfriend. That's another young man and a group of people that truly love Seth as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, Limey, it is bizarre. What's up, Limey? I hope you're doing good today.
I want people to take from that tonight too. And Jaden, if you're still listening, thank you for clearing that up. But that should be a lesson, not just myself, but everybody else here tonight too that's listening to this. How many things do we know are true without proof? Because everything that I've heard, I haven't seen any evidence. I'm sorry, I'm going to even say with screenshots. Screenshots can be manipulated completely. I mean, if you're going to do a expose of a group, do a screen recording or something. But things, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry, but did you see the amount of screenshots that Clue was sent? Clue was sent a massive amount of screenshots. And I can guarantee you that nobody gives a fuck about Tony Mathis enough to take that time to fake all of those screenshots. I mean, that's just ridiculous to even think. She can't possibly believe that.
I'm not going to say that there's some nefarious agenda going on or at play where parents are paying people to do this or that. But I will say it does very much feel like there is an active push to just turn everybody against Seth. And I'm not saying it's some, creators being paid off, but
it would be some of that. But remember, we had Chris Proudfoot say, and just like I said in Summer's case, it feels like we have these people mingling amongst us, like they've been mingling amongst us prior to their child going missing.
Yes.
And I said that in Summer's case, and it's true because Jody Sue was all up around us. And now you have Chris Proudfoot saying he knows who we all are because he was hanging around us during the Chris Watts days in 2018.
Yeah.
And now his son is missing. Like, is that not fucking weird to anybody?
Okay, well, I think it's fucking weird that Tony Mathis was watching a bunch of creators during Idaho 4 and then said it just melted into the other case.
It is to me.
Tony,
Well, you
is
guys-
that not odd?
No, it's odd, but you guys have to think about something. Think about even the most objective of people, when they continue to hear things, regardless of whether there's any proof or not, it's human nature to start forming an opinion, right?
Yeah.
And going back, and I'm not picking on you, Brittney, because we've come to
Trust me, Cricket. She doesn't know that she just gave us all of these answers and this is unraveling. She has no idea. She thinks this is all an innocent conversation to just clear the air with Tony. Trust me, she ain't that smart.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but she's proven herself to not be that bright. You don't wrench the father of a missing kid who hasn't been cleared. You don't back yourself in that corner.
an understanding, but you thought I was an asshole. You didn't have any good reason other than just what you'd heard.
That's true.
You are an asshole.
I've
Okay,
never
Tony, I'm the only one on panel that didn't say you were an asshole.
Let me send you a TikTok flower.
No, you better not do.
Let me send you a TikTok flower.
Cheapers.
Oh my God. Gross. Gross.
These nuts.
That. No more conspiracies tonight.
I
For me,
was the
please.
only one.
My mind's blown. No. Don't do that to me, Tony.
Robin.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, I didn't mean to
but
interrupt.
my point is, and again, I'm not picking on anybody, but my point is that the general public, they see these overlays on videos, and they see a criminal record of a guy that has my name, but he's a 40-year-old black guy.
Okay.
They see, all these things, and they hear these people say that I'm a crook and I'm a criminal and I'm a this and I'm a that. Well, there's no basis.
I'm a this and I'm a that and I'm a this and I'm a that. I guarantee you, I know for a fact that those bad check charges were Tony Mathis and not some black guy like he tries to say. I don't know why he can't just say it's another person with the same name. He's got to say it's a black guy. Right. His wife is even named. Exactly. I've seen it. I've been verified. Been verified. Don't lie, Tony. It had your fucking birth date. It had all your info, your wife, everything. If I do say so myself, allegedly, in my opinion.
Behind any of that. I've never taken any money from anybody. I mean, I'm blessed, and I do my best to share, not take. But you keep hearing that over and over and over again. And I mean, your chat was loaded with it tonight. And none of these people have ever met me. They've never talked to me. They don't know, but it eventually clouds even the most objective people's judgment.
It does. It absolutely does. It does. And then when there's so many times where like I would see things and I'd be like, well, what the hell is this really happening? And then, I mean, it's disgusting. I think we all could be better. We all could, stand to give a little more grace and before we're so quick to jump on something, ask for the proof, like give us physical evidence of something before you're just so quick to just, believe something.
Huh?
Well, you talk about these screenshots and you made the comment that they could be manipulated.
They absolutely can. I've seen it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only can they be manipulated, but they can take them out of context and not give you the whole context.
Yeah.
I know the person that shared those texts with you, but I can guarantee you don't have the whole context of those conversations.
Oh yes, we do.
And I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't type everything in those texts.
So you can take a.
He just admitted it. I'm not going to say I didn't type everything in those texts. Right there. Right there. I'm not going to say I didn't type everything in that.
Legal action here, right, Tony?
You get to a point. I have a.
We had too much money on lawyers.
Well, you're between $2,500 and $3,000 for a retainer.
Yeah. I get it.
And I do have a creator. I won't even say what platform they were on that broke a law in their state clearly, and I do have legal action and criminal action pending against that creator.
I'll tell you what, I know what he was going to do, and I bet you it's something about recording a call and playing it. because he so badly wanted to get me on the phone. He said, you can record it if you want, Jay. And I thought, fuck you. I know Florida's a one-party state, motherfucker. You're not going to get me on that. You're not going to get me on that.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
But if I were to go around and try to hit everybody for defamation that's lying, first off, there'd be nothing to be gained from that, and there'd be a lot of money to be spent.
You just gave me another question.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say this. First of all, I'm going to say this, Seth, if you hear this, I disagree with CJ getting not what was it, the cease and desist. I don't think CJ should have been a part of that.
Cease and desist?
What? A
put it
cease
out
and
there.
desist?
Seth
Who
put
is-
out some. CJ is
Who is CJ?
CJ is Crime Concepts with CJ, I think is his name.
Probably
Like he doesn't know.
People that got a cease and desist. CJ
He's
is-
more involved in the Micah Miller case. Than
Yeah.
he is
Did
in
did you see that cease and desist with your own eyes?
No, I didn't. But I mean, I just heard CJ say he got
It
one.
looked it looked very vague.
Listen to what we just talked about asking for receipts.
Right. Nana, he
And that-
did put it out there. didn't he? I thought
Yeah.
he shared it with
It
you
was
guys.
it was very vague, very vague. I didn't even
Yeah, he wanted to get me on the phone and said I could record it.
believe it when I saw it. It didn't even look legal.
I can tell you right now, and I'm just going to leave it at that. The cease and desist that got sent out were not fake.
Cease and desist.
Okay.
So before you, there was about 5 creators that came out talking about they got cease and desists, and
Oh yeah.
and the 5 that I heard talking about got cease and desist did not get cease and desists.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, I will say, when Seth came on my panel, he told us that the reason that he sent those out were there were people that were saying that he was a predator. I always have said, hey, I'm all for free speech. I think creators should have their channels. But if you're calling somebody the P word, that you're putting that person's life
What you are
at
witnessing
risk
is
because
real.
people
The
will
participants
unalive.
are not actors.
She's talking about people unaliving people for being called pedos. What? I hope that these people
Going to the clinker, the big house.
over that. So,
I would just tell you that when I ask you the question, who is CJ, that should tell you everything you need to know.
You're so cool.
Why would people say they got one if they didn't get one though?
Well, I can tell you that I personally listened to 5 different creators say that they got cease and desist, and not a one of the 5 that said they got them got them.
That's interesting.
Okay, well, Terry Lynn told me she was going to wipe her ass with hers, which I know she didn't get. Hello, Miss Robin. She said she was going to wipe her ass with her cease and desist that I don't think she ever got.
McNo.
And then T-Rev said he got one, which I think is bullshit because I think they're all still friends. And who's the other ones that said they got him?
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And I'm not going to say who they were. I'm just going to tell you that I heard 5 different content creators say that they got them and use it to turn it into a show, and they did not get one.
Well, can you?
I know I didn't get one.
I obviously would never ask you to disclose who did, but could you say the number, the true number of people that got one?
It is either 5. It is either 5 or 6. I'm not sure on whether it's
Okay.
5 or 6. But
Oh, okay.
So y'all did send out 5 cease and desist, but you're saying the people that claimed they got them really didn't.
there's a lot of people that claim that they got them that did not. Correct.
You
And the people
you
that-
can't say who got them, right?
No, ma'am. But I can tell you
Okay.
that the people that got them, there was very, very, very good reasons that they got them.
Okay, can you say who the ones aren't, or you just can't remember their names?
No, I'm not.
No, you cannot.
I'm
Okay,
not going to
no.
mention those. I mean, it's,
Okay.
Okay, Clue did get one. She showed hers. But there's people who never showed theirs that said they got them. Like Terry Lynn told me she was going to wipe her ass with them. Clue showed hers. I don't know if CJ showed his. I don't know. But there was people that got them. Michaela, right. I think that's bullshit. Michaela, T-Rev. I don't think Trevor Lee got one. I don't think Barbecue got one. This is getting super complicated. T-Rev showed Michaela's.
It's a bridge that's
No,
already,
that's fair.
you know, we've
Yeah, no,
already come
that's fair.
across that bridge. I just don't want to go back over it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That is very interesting, though.
And then I have one more question. I know, Tony, I know. But do you know, because I asked, do you think that the law is working well with you, or not even with you, but with Seth? I kind of get the vibes like, no, not so much. We hear rumors that the law is working completely opposite with the Proudfoots, and like apparently, according to Chris, they get all kinds of information. It seems that Seth isn't getting, because Chris said, remember that he's got all kinds of information that the law gives him that he's pervy to.
Well, what is your
You
trust
know that
level?
to, you know that
What
to
is
be
your,
trust.
what is your trust level with Chris Proudfoot?
Oh, that's a below 0. Yeah, negative, like yeah, all the way down to China. Like there's none.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
It was kind of like share what he said before. The law enforcement is not going to give any information
To
to
any of
anyone
them.
if they are still not cleared.
I thought he was lying. Yeah, so Chris and Katie aren't cleared, so the law is not sharing. No, nothing more. Like Chris would like to like us to believe that's not being shared with Seth Rogers himself too. Then
I
exactly.
mean, if you guys were law enforcement, if you can put that hat on for a second,
Mhm.
would you be sharing case information with the last person seen with the victim?
No, I never believe
no.
that. Mm-mm. I think that I'm
I'll
going to
say
tell
hell
you
no.
how I seen things play out there. I seen Seth go on. I can't remember what interview it was, but Seth went on an interview and he said that he was upset. It was the first time he had mentioned that he was upset about law enforcement not giving him any information. It was 2 days later. 2 days later.
Thank you for verifying that, Clue. So Clue says her and CJ's both had the same watermark. So I don't know. Terry Lynn told me she was going to wipe her ass with her cease and desist. I knew damn well she never got a cease and desist.
Katie Proudfoot does her first interview alone, the one and only interview she's done by herself. She says law enforcement are giving her, they're keeping them up to date on a daily basis or something like that.
Maybe they are.
Play by play. So
then we should have known it was a lie. Yeah,
I always felt like that was a dig
Let me ask
to make Seth
you
feel
guys.
bad.
Let me ask you another question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard multiple inconsistencies with the different interviews that Chris and Katie gave?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
No.
Every one of them.
Have you ever caught Seth Rogers in a lie?
Yes.
Never.
Really, Nana? I think she got too much draft on the brain. Never caught Seth Rogers in a lie, right? Because no one ever calls him out. That's why you never caught him.
Enforcement are giving her, they're keeping them up to date on a daily basis or something like that. But basically, play by play. So
then we should have known it was a lie. Yeah,
I always felt like that was a dig
Let me ask
to make Seth
you
feel
guys.
bad.
Let me ask you another question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard multiple inconsistencies with the different interviews that Chris and Katie gave?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them.
Have you ever caught Seth Rogers in a lie?
Never.
Mm.
We're almost 6
You
months.
have?
I'll think about that one.
I have.
I'll think about that.
I can tell you that in the real world, in the physical world, I've never caught the man with even in a white lie ever.
Okay.
I never caught him with anything that was inconsistent. Everything he says is the same.
Exactly.
Okay,
So,
Nana.
if you're going to lie, it's going to be inconsistent.
Because you got to remember what you said, right?
Yep.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
Wow.
reason I'm not changing my mind.
Wow, you guys really like to rewrite history, don't you? See how they rewrite history? Oh, Sebastian didn't have any online access at my house. He played on my game console. Oh, then all of a sudden he has his own game console and a phone. And, oh, I'm going to clear a burner phone for him. That man has lied more than a fucking rug. These people are just twisted, man. Talk about clicks and views.
Busby, is it possible that he got it from Robin? Busby, is it possible CJ got it from Robin?
Nope.
Because I've heard that from
Nope.
Seth's mom.
I will
JLR
tell
got
you
it.
that there is a possibility that this CJ or C&J or whatever, that is entirely possible.
Okay, maybe he got it from Robin.
C&J?
Because the only...
Who's Robin?
Seth's mom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because He met up with them out in the woods. That's right.
Huh?
Okay.
So maybe that's
And let me be clear. I didn't definitively say that C&J or CJ did not get one. You know, you got people saying I'm lying. I didn't say that. I said, you know, I'm not familiar with that person. And I know there's a lot of creators that said they got them that did not get one. So, you know,
somebody asked
If
why,
you don't know,
why
listen.
we're shocked. Honestly, that's a good.
He's lying right there because he says, I don't know who CNJ is, but they could have got one. That could be true. Wash your mouth out with Dreft, because that is some bullshit. Clean your mouth with Dreft.
question because if y'all don't think it happens, YouTubers do make up crap for views. So
That's true.
look what
Yeah.
we just got an example of a certain creator
Mhm.
making phone calls. It happens. So it would not surprise me at all.
I mean, you got people that are having fake people call into their show to have a story.
Yeah.
That's
You know.
crazy.
Yeah. There's a one channel that I know of that always does breaking news, breaking news, breaking news.
So would you be shocked, Tony, if
Whose channel is that, Nana? Betty's? Who's she talking about? Speaking of Betty.
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
for some reason Chris somehow was arrested for something? Would you be fully shocked if at the end of this they're saying Seth Rogers is like needing additional questioning or maybe even in jail for something in the future? That would be a huge shock to you?
I'm not going to say anything about Chris.
No,
but I will tell.
even Seth.
I would tell you that if there's anything different than what I know to be true about Seth,
Yeah.
I would 1000% be shocked.
You would that would okay. So
Because
you're
I
very
know,
confident you know his truth.
well, I mean, again, on these streets, you have to be careful as to the wording you use. I don't know
these streets,
but I believe very, very strongly that that he has no involvement in this. And this is a man who was counting down the days to May when he was to get custody of Sebastian.
Okay.
To May? So he was supposed to get Sebastian in May? I don't know if I knew that.
So he went missing February 26th, February, March, April, May. So within 90 days, he would have been with his father.
Correct.
Okay. See, I don't think they ever had intentions on passing him to his father or doing just with the behavior we see.
Creep town, dude.
I just
Cheryl,
don't think
I have
that
to
was ever
correct you
going to
on
be a
that.
thing.
I have to correct you on that.
You
Not
think
they.
they were going to give it over?
No,
I
I'm going to
think-
say not they.
I think
she.
Chris had every intention of giving him to Seth.
I do too.
Do you really?
I do.
That actually
Yep.
shocks me.
No, that's it. I believe that too. I don't think it's they. She did not want to give custody to Chris.
Okay, that's
Or
interesting.
To not Chris, to Seth.
Especially from Tony saying that is interesting to me.
Yep. That's
Well, you
why I
got-
have the belief I have.
Are you telling me to stop? This is interesting to me. I didn't know because I honestly thought Tony might say like, yeah, on him, but it's more so you're leaning more. Katie definitely knows maybe a little more than Chris.
But you can
Really?
understand now why
No.
I'm very adamant that I don't generally get involved or
Mm.
comment on the case itself, because it's
Yeah, I see.
everything you say can be taken out of context.
Everything.
Yeah, it can be.
Oh yeah, tomorrow they'll be like, Tony accused so and so, and yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
it's
no,
not
okay,
accusing,
yeah.
it's our
See, I'm not
opinion.
even thinking about that.
It's an opinion. It's what you feel in your heart. It's
Mhm.
not that you're accusing someone. It's your opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion.
I don't think no matter what we say, like you say tonight, like I can't please them all, but I can piss them all off at the same time type thing. So
Oh, thank
We
you.
meet
for-
on Wednesday, Cher.
Holly,
Yeah,
Holly, I love you. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, Tony, this is one that Seth told me that I'm a little mind blown about. Sebastian was reported as a runaway.
Well, I think that was the thought initially. I don't know if he was reported as that or not. I mean, Seth would know. But you know, we had information that 72 hours into the case, you've heard Betty talk about it many times, that they did a 180-degree turn in their theory.
Yep.
So if their theory was
Okay, what's their theory then? If you know it all, he doesn't know shit.
he was a runaway, what is a 180-degree turn from that?
Yeah, I know for a fact it was, and I'll tell
Hmm.
you why. We just went through one of the first press conferences the other day, and that's what they said. We're treating this as he walked out the door. We don't have any other evidence to support that he didn't. That was day 2, I think.
Ooh, weird.
And they did. I can tell you too. 7 days in, day 7, Proudfoots did their first interview. We lost Tony. Proudfoots did their first interview. Law enforcement scaled the search back.
Get the hell off of there with Cher right now.
They scaled the search back, and
What is she talking about? They didn't scale the search back. They went and started over and did it again and searched a landfill.
Shifted the
know.
case from looking at it as a runaway to an investigation. That was all on day 7.
And I have always felt like
she knows the timeline of the case now.
that when we have a minor that goes missing like that it ought to be standard protocol to process the scene as a crime scene, even when they believe that it's a runaway.
100%, because if they're a minor, runaway
Like
or not,
Courtney
they
Strudel?
yes, that was a big mistake. When they're a minor, they runaway or not, they should still be treated as if it's a desperate situation. Even though they're runaway, they're not in
Tony's
the
gone.
safety of their home.
Did he not say goodbye? I just noticed he's gone. Does he come back? Oh, he does. Oh, fuck.
Called in immediately and treat it as a homicide, even though you don't have to say that, but treat it like that.
Yeah, just preserve the evidence. Yeah,
right,
for sure.
Right.
They can get
and they
gunshots
can bring
ready.
in FBI right away. Yes, and that disturbs me.
Yeah,
because we have so many parents, like you say. Who said that? 8 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a little bit
usually
less.
a family member.
A little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit less than 8 out of 10. It's like 7.2 or something.
Oh, okay.
So
7.2, and Tony's sick too. He has a cough. But 7.2%, or whatever she says, 7.2 out of 10. It's a family member. It's someone. It's a parent. So why is it only Katie? Why can't it be the other parent? Dumbasses.
I should have been brought in immediately.
You know, you think about Barry Morphew, Suzanne Morphew going
Oh,
missing.
Lord.
They processed that scene as a potential crime scene.
Okay, let's talk about Barry Morphew for a second. Have you guys seen that Chris McDonough is pulling a Bullhorn Betty? He's driving around a campground where Barry Morphew is and filming it. He's got video of him driving through the campground where Barry Morphew is in Arizona and pictures of Barry Morphew in a bar in Arizona.
And then you fast forward a year later before her body's found. When they do the autopsy, her body's full of BAM, which is basically a bear tranquilizer. And what did they collect right there off of Barry's table in his garage? A packet of BAM, and he had a set of 5 syringes.
Yeah, he's a hunter, you stupid ass. Thank you so much, ooh la la. Where the hell did Cher come from? This gets worse every day. Cluminati, Butterhead BJ is literally the epitome of an idiot woman who thinks with her big toe and would sell her soul for $17. In my opinion, allegedly. I hate that B, and that is hard to achieve with me. Preach.
Just help a brother out here.
Yeah, he's literally like stalking Barry Morphew. It's weird.
One missing. So that they never would have been able to make that connection had they not processed the home as a crime scene when she went missing.
Wasn't there something in the dryer too, like the
syringe top? Yeah,
the syringe top was in the dryer.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So when it's minor kids that go missing, we know the family connections in a lot of these cases. It doesn't hurt anything to process the home like a crime scene, and you may actually preserve some evidence that could be valuable later on.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I completely forgot my train of thought. I started thinking about Suzanne Morphew.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I do this on my own.
Brittney, I love you.
Good night for real this time. Tony, again, appreciate you. My email's in private chat. If you
Sure,
don't want
we'll
to talk
see
to
you
me,
back in a minute, Cher.
you can talk to Mark. No, I'm really gonna lay down. I'm gonna listen, but like my legs hurt.
Lord,
Yeah,
I
but then
can't believe
something
multiple.
gets said, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta go up there. But no, I appreciate you again, Tony, Nana's, Brittany, love you, and Jules.
Always
Really
love
good
you.
to meet you. Good panel tonight.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Bye,
Talk to you
Cher.
guys
You know I
later.
love you.
Love you.
Bye.
I can't with the love yous, man.
Yeah, I agree, TJ. Thank you for saying that. All
Where's
right. Well,
Tony's
guys, I think
wife, man?
That's about all I got. I know it's going on 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Up all
I
night,
must
Tony,
be
but I do appreciate you,
lonely.
coming and joining us and talking with us, and I
No
feel like
problem.
we've made some progress tonight. I know there's a lot of people in chat that said that their minds were changed. So
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it makes me feel good. I feel bad for Seth. I feel horrible that I didn't mean to push him or make him feel like attacked in any way. That wasn't my intentions.
Yeah, he was. I was trying to defend him so bad in chat, and I
think
couldn't.
I
Everybody was
honestly,
taking me so wrong.
I honestly think it was the title of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think that
Oh,
there's
he's
way too
putting-
many content creators.
He's putting the shame and blame right on Brittany. It's the title of the video. You need to change it. So now it says, Tony Mathis joins us for questions.
That are giving videos titles like that. You know, and maybe the intentions weren't bad at all, but you know, the perception there is that I've already been crucified.
Right.
You know. So I mean, and I, you know, again, we look out for each other, and you know, his circle is tiny for that reason, because every day.
Though that ain't the only thing that's tiny, motherfucker. That is not the only thing that's tiny. Your circle may be tiny, but so is your little Pekka, as you called it.
We wake up, there's somebody else that we thought was an ally that's attacking him or somebody on his team.
Right.
You know, and that's why he's gotten to where he doesn't appear anywhere other than in a chat. And, you know,
Oh,
it's
Lord.
just, you know, everybody, you know, going back to the Betty thing, you know, everybody's always on Betty's case, but, you know, she's got a history of supporting him and everybody on his team. And I think that's what's created that bond.
No, what she has a history of is violent behavior. That's what she has. A bond. Now we're supposed to believe these people are bonded together.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Tony, please don't think I'm on Betty's case.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not.
no, I don't think any of you
Oh,
guys.
Tony, please don't think I'm on Betty's case. Don't. I just said she's a little out there. I didn't say much more than that. These people are unreal.
Just think she's very brash, and it just sometimes disturbs me because I don't like brash people.
I got to
Nana's
tell you,
very, Nana's just a very get
yeah,
along people.
on this platform, if you're going to survive, you're going to have a brash side to you.
Oh, yes. And you got to have some thick ass skin.
Which
That's
you
why I
don't
have
have.
a channel, Tony.
Right.
I just
Oh my God. That's why I don't have a channel. You're on this channel every fucking night. You may as well have your own.
I'm up on Brits and I get attacked, but it's okay. Brit sticks up for me. Brittany.
Always, yes.
Well, and the other thing I'll say, Brittany, is that you, not you, but people in general, you know, we hear it 1,000 times a day. Seth hears it. Knowing that I don't have any kind of a contract with Seth, I'm not getting paid.
Because you're a liar.
As many times as he's heard, we love you, but you need to get rid of Tony. He hears that 100 times a day.
100.
Don't you think if he wasn't getting real value in the
Shouldn't that tell you something, Tony, that the majority speaks and says you're a POS and that Seth is constantly being told to get rid of you?
relationship, that it would be easier just to do that?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of different things that someone can get out of a relationship.
Right.
And I think there were some people that were a little worried that Seth was being exploited.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite of that.
Yeah.
I mean, the people that are on Seth's team are giving to him.
Yeah.
They're not taking
Whose kid is in the background? It's fucking 3 a.m.
anything from him.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about like the public perception.
Sure. No, I get that. You know, and Seth isn't real vocal about that. I mean, you know, Seth could say, you know, what he says is I choose who's on my team, and
That's right.
if you don't like it, you can kick rocks. But he's not going to say, "Hey, you don't understand the value that this person brings or that person brings." He's just going to say, "Hey, it's my choice."
And in truth, he's not accountable to anybody,
Right.
other than himself and his child.
Right. And I mean, he's been through the fire with a lot of different people on his team, and I can tell you that it takes a lot more to earn his trust today than it did 6 months ago.
Oh, I believe that completely. Yeah, I believe that.
Well, I mean, it naturally.
Yeah.
Naturally, I mean, the way that he can't even say 2 sentences without 5 live streams. If he was to come up on my panel and spend a minute up here, they would make how many streams out of that?
That's right.
And that exact reason is why we don't allow him on the panels anymore.
Yeah. Allow him?
It's not because of the intention of the person that's running the platform. It's what all the other people will do with it.
Okay. I can ask about the bite marks, y'all, but he absolutely just said he don't really. They want me to ask you about the bite marks. What do you think about that, Chris?
I don't know anything
What
about
bite
that.
marks?
He doesn't follow the invested part of the case.
Oh, thank you, Nana. Thank you, Nana, for that reminder. He doesn't follow the deets of the case.
I need to ask you this question because I've heard this a million times, and I'm so over it. So I just need to ask you this question. Somebody put in chat, I know everybody wants to know about Seth giving Michaela money.
Yes, God.
I'm so over it.
They keep
so can you
saying that
please
he accused of.
help explain this so that people can get
They were talking about Chris's arms, saying that there were bite marks.
over this?
Well, you guys know who started the GoFundMe account, correct?
Yes.
I don't.
Do you want to tell them?
Who?
Well, you said you knew who started it, right?
His sister.
Correct. She remains in control of that GoFundMe.
Well, there you go.
So absolutely not did he give a very short-term girlfriend a chunk of that GoFundMe. It didn't happen.
And the sister didn't give her any either.
He just said that she was a short-term girlfriend. Do you guys believe that Michaela was a short-term girlfriend? Put a 1 in chat if you believe that she was a girlfriend of Seth. He just labeled her short-term girlfriend. She's officially an ex. She's on the list with Katie as an ex now.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Why would the sister give her money? I mean, really, seriously, you guys. I mean, I can't believe everybody keeps asking this question, but it's okay.
Well, why would the sister like me and my brother are like best friends, and so some of his friends maybe
one
if there was a
cares.
death or something like that, I might start a GoFundMe. Then that would open the door for me to transfer money to one of his friends, right?
Yeah,
that's the only reason I asked that. I wasn't saying that did happen.
I shouldn't say that. You're right. I shouldn't say that. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to think about it.
Yeah, because don't you want to see his banker records? His banker records. He's willing to show.
Because I kind of assumed that too. Like once the GoFundMe closed, she's transferred all the funds to him. But that's interesting. But I never thought that he paid for Michaela's house either.
The story I heard was foreclosure, which made it even a crazier story, right?
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, that didn't happen at all. Not even $1.
Crazy.
Not even $1.
Okay, so now
that up. Yeah.
I am back like the evil villain of every terrible Disney
Oh my
movie we've
gosh,
seen.
she's back.
Definitely
But
not an
Tony-
evil villain.
I told you would be back.
Oh God darn it. Okay.
You're running out of questions.
No, but you just so you said the sister runs the GoFundMe. I heard that. So does that mean, because you said before Seth takes out money for living expenses, whatever, that makes sense, or paying a hospital bill, whatever it was, because he's out of work for months. So is the sister then have her bank account hooked up to the GoFundMe? Because it is a bank account. I used to have a GoFundMe actually to help raise money to travel here to Canada and fix my teeth. So I kind of know a little bit how GoFundMe works.
I fucking can.
Whose bank account is on that to cash it out? Because at $23,000, you for sure, like after $100, you have to link a bank account to be able to cash out. Whose bank account? Sisters or Seth's?
Well, if she controls the funds, then I'm going to speculate it's hers.
Speculate it's hers.
But I can tell
And
you
then
that
she like gives
she
to
is
Seth
control
as
of it.
needed.
Correct. She is in control of those funds.
And that's how Seth wants it, I'm assuming.
Oh, I'm sure, and I mean they're very close, and she's very supportive of him, and she's
And
very
maybe trying to
protective.
help him, because when you get into that kind of money, maybe you kind of need someone to help you like budget it to use it wisely. Maybe is that the case?
That's all speculation. I couldn't
All
speak to
speculation.
that.
Okay.
I just know that she is in control of those funds, and I know for a fact that no money went to the ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Ex-girlfriend.
And really, I think from my personal experience, the times where there was a GoFundMe made, the person, they were traumatized, right? They were in a terrible situation, and they really were not capable in the short term, other than dealing with the immediacy of the loved one dying. So sometimes those GoFundMes are made, and then it sort of sits there until maybe distribution of funds to pay for funeral home or whatever.
No, once you start getting, I think it's $100, they alert you that you need to finish your account by adding a bank account. So somebody's bank account is on the GoFundMe.
Yeah, the person who opens it.
It doesn't have to be the person who opens it. No, I can open a GoFundMe. I can open a GoFundMe for Tony Mathis, and it can say that I open it for Tony Mathis. No. Yeah, right. They'll clip that part. No, but this is just a hypothetical.
This is all speculation.
I'm not gonna open a GoFundMe for Tony Mathis. I promise you. But let's say I did. I could go and open it, and I could give it's always good to have someone else put a statement for you, you know what I mean? But absolutely, I can put Tony Mathis's bank account on it or my bank account. But if I'm running it, I can say, listen, okay, I got it started up. I got your info. Now you need to link your bank account.
And whomever the bank account is, that's who's responsible for the taxes.
Well, that's
not necessarily true. So what I'm saying is,
really,
I could have Tony Mathis's bank account on a GoFundMe that I started. I would just say, "What's your bank account, Tony?" Or here, you log on, take this log on GoFundMe, log on, and enter in your bank account. That way, all the funds go to your bank account. And I just started it and said the nice little bio form. That happens a lot actually on GoFundMe.
I think that Seth's relationship with Michaela was about as real as JLR's relationship with Betty. Just saying.
You don't want to pay his taxes on that $25,000.
GoFundMe, I don't think actually there is taxes on GoFundMe on charity like that.
You have to declare $25,000 on your taxes.
Do you?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
On the charity?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're not going to.
Yeah, the feds are going to get their cut, y'all, and it's going to fall on whoever's accounts those are in. So whoever's getting Cash Apps, Cash App will send you a tax document at the end of the year. Venmo sends a tax document at the end of the year. The GoFundMe, I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Yes, you have to pay taxes on that money. For God's sakes.
Pay a bunch into it if it's charity like that, I don't think.
I think it's because I asked my tax person this, 17,000 and up you have to claim of donations.
She asked her tax person about donations. Miss click, 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 click. It's real easy, man. Of course she did. I've never inquired about donations ever. It is what it fucking is. Good Lord.
Okay. But then you don't pay taxes on donated money though like that, do you?
Yes, you do. Absolutely.
Bye, Clue.
So here's actually the way
interesting.
The way that it works with GoFundMe is it's not a dollar amount. The moment that there are any proceeds in that account, it starts a ticker. And I can't remember if it's 90 days or not, because if you guys followed Caleb Harris's case, you know that I set up one of the GoFundMes for the family. And so once money hits the account, it starts a ticker, and you have to attach a bank account to it. Well, in Randy Harris's case,
she stopped the little guy dancing in the fucking Statue of Liberty costume outside of Liberty Tax. Hey, can you tell me how much donos I can get on YouTube before the feds start fucking dinging my ass?
You can go in and you can click the tab that says designate a beneficiary. The moment that I designate the beneficiary and it triggers an email to Randy Harris, then at that point, he's communicating in private with GoFundMe, his private information. And as soon as they get what they need and verify his bank account, from that point on, all of that money in there and any future money goes right into his bank account.
Yes.
So Seth must just feel comfortable in that, and that's totally fine with him. Like some people need someone to help them manage their money, especially when they get large amounts like that. So that's why he just maybe. So is that what we're speculating it?
Yeah. Again, I didn't say that Seth needed anybody's help at all, but his sister did the sibling thing, and she knew that he was going to be out of work and searching and everything else. So that was something she did out of kindness to support her brother.
And put her bank account on it.
Yeah, I mean, for her to have control, then again, that's what must had to have happened. But
well, no, that's not what. No, because again, and you even just confirmed you can't have Seth's on there and still have his sister run it.
Correct.
I know you can.
She's in control of those funds.
Okay, so it's just not our business whose bank account is on it, though.
That's the polite way of what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I got you, Tony. I got you.
He's saying it's none of your business. After all that talking in circles.
I don't know. The money is never just. I'm just going to be honest. I've always thought it was pretty ridiculous how people would lose their mind over the money. The man was out of work. He's searching. Bills. The bill collectors don't give a shit if you're in a traffic.
He got a bunch of paid time off from his coworkers. So he lied. His sister doesn't have access and he doesn't need permission. He just said, though, that the sister has control of the funds. Oh, I know. I'm going to be honest. That's a red flag when people say that.
Or not, they're still going to want their bills paid every month. As simple as that, you know.
You can't send the electric company a missing child's flyer.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
It's never bothered me. People on this platform, I've never in my life seen other people worried about another person's bag or wallet, whatever you want to prefer to call it, more in my
person's bag. Let's talk about bags. Bullhorn Betty's over there talking about pickle bags and having real life kids get in them. You want to talk about sick?
Sick people on this platform. They count people's money. What you got in your pocket's not going to make or break me. You know what I mean? Like,
I've told you that a million times, Brittney. I'm so ridiculous. Sick of all the creators out there worried about who's grifting money. Where are they getting their money from? Who cares? It's a business. You all are in a business.
Kids again.
And it's nobody's business how much money you're making or what you're getting.
Or how creators can say if he monetizes his channel. Okay, so you can make money off Sebastian's name, but his own father.
I agree with that. Unless we find out that he's involved in his son's disappearance, then that is fucking wrong because you shouldn't be making money on a crime you were involved in. If I'm saying not that he is, but no, he has every right to get on his YouTube channel, make a YouTube channel. That is his son. He has more right than any of us to be doing that, to be quite honest.
Yeah, he wasn't working. He was out of work, so he needed to make money some way. So his sister set up the GoFundMe to help him. And then he set up his own channel. And if he monetizes, it's nobody's business. He's not making money off of his child. He's not working. He's trying to make a living.
Yeah, the only money I think, to be fair, because when fundraising, well, for me, I think it should be transparent. So when we're told, well, this is being used for Sebastian, okay, for what? Like, is it like $10,000 in printing fees or poster? Like transparency more with that, I think.
Yeah, but he didn't put that in his GoFundMe. So the GoFundMe that the sister put up just said for Seth Rogers, like living, I don't know what the exact verbiage was, but it wasn't about, oh, this GoFundMe is to find Sebastian. It specifically said it's for Seth Rogers to live. And no one can bitch, in my opinion, about what he's spending it on. If you donated money to him, living expenses. Thank you, Potato. It clearly said living expenses. You can't bitch. But you better read and know who you're donating to. because I don't think anybody is deserving of a refund. It wasn't deceiving. It wasn't listed on there that we're buying flyers, that we're buying signs, that we're using it for this. They're not saying anything like that. So there's no reason to ask for him to, itemize what he's spending it on, because that's not the way it was written. And if you donated, maybe next time think twice before you donate to one of those things. Willy-nilly. Because we all treasure our money. It's tough out there. It's tough out there for everybody. Food is through the roof. Bills are through the roof. Electric is through the roof. Everything's through the roof. And think twice and read what it's going for, because you can't complain when he says it was for, living expenses. Yeah, just be very careful about what you donate to. I wonder how much he's made total. I don't know. There's no way to know. There's no way to know, because it's Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, GoFundMe. Choose wisely when donating your hard-earned money.
I think people that donate actually deserve to know where their money is going when they're donating it in Sebastian's name. As far as everything else goes, that's personal. Of course, he should be paying his rent or whatever, eating and making sure he's covered, because he is out of work looking. He's not the one taking off state lines. He's out there.
Share it. Kind of like saying, if I see. Oh, why am I echoing?
Oh God, I don't know, but stop.
Does anybody hear an echo?
I hear it.
It doesn't sound echoey to me.
But if I'm out there and I see a man that is asking for money because he's homeless, and I give that money to him, it's not up to me to decide where he's going to spend that money.
Right.
Agreed. I give it to him out of my heart, and I hope he's going to go buy some food and not buy booze. But it's not up to me to decide.
Well, that's what
is he going to buy booze or is he going to buy food?
Right.
Well, I think that's different. To me, that's a whole different situation.
No, it's the same, because people get so mad over people giving money. If you're giving money, don't worry about where it's going to. If you're going to give it out of your heart, then
so you don't think that the people giving to the GoFundMe that says it's set up for Sebastian, you don't think that people are owed to know where that money went?
No,
but he didn't say it was for Sebastian.
Exactly.
He didn't say it was for GoFundMe.
He said
for Seth.
The GoFundMe was.
Because I just heard him say, well, it's for Sebastian, but that was just him talking, and so maybe he just said it like short about it's to help me find Sebastian. That's what I heard out of his mouth. So
It was always about his bills, to living expenses in general, and to help and aid in the search, flyers, gas, food. He had searches and all of that, but
bullshit. We Frosty, good to see ya. She said, I sent BJ a super chat to ask Tony if he disclosed his criminal history prior to becoming Seth's spokesperson. The message magically disappeared. A super chat even disappeared. Oh, that's avoidance. Thank you so much, Wee Frosty. It's good to see you. Who's on vacation? Oh, Granny Annie is traveling. You donated to a creator who was losing their house. The following week, the entire family's on vacation. And you said, hey, I thought homeless last week. Who is that? If you don't mind saying, Granny, that's really disgusting. It said living expenses, Musher. I mean, that's all we know. Let's not get into details about surgeries and things like that.
Anyway, y'all, I know Tony has been coughing. I hope you're not coming down with anything, but I'm sure you're tired. I know I'm tired. You have been a trooper for 4 hours, and I
really have.
Yeah, so very
much. Cher, I love you. I wasn't going off on you. I'm just saying, when I give money to charity, I don't worry about where it goes to.
No, and that's fine. Some people are like that, but when I just disagree, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree.
It's okay.
I don't need to know where it all went, but when I'm being told, well, this and this and this went to Sebastian, okay, well, I want to know in what for Sebastian is all. Not all of it, but just certain parts. But
People-
we will agree to disagree with there. But that's because I'm
It's
more
okay.
transparent. I show all my stuff like that, right? So
It's okay. You know, I still love you. I always will love you.
Stop
And you
with
could love
the-
me too, so we're good.
Brittney, thank you for letting me be up tonight talking. I sure enjoyed it and appreciate it. Tony, I really enjoyed talking to you, and I definitely feel differently than before the night started. I'm not 100% convinced, but I'm on a much better place. So
that's
thank you
what
for
I feel
talking
like
with
too.
me.
I enjoyed meeting you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, I
Good
really
night,
appreciate you.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Good
Good
night,
night,
everybody.
Jules. Thank you. Jules, you're always here when I need you. Jules
Aw.
has come up. I was like, Jules, you want to come up? Jules has come up with me quite a bit and helped me with interviews. So thank you
Jules,
so
you're
much.
so sweet.
Amazing.
You really are.
No, y'all.
I can't listen to the Love Fest. Tony dropped. So, man, that was a lot to take in, you know? But 1,200 of you staying strong, you guys all care about the truth. And I think that you guys care about Sebastian. I don't think these people do. I think these people are self-serving. Nana has the hots for Seth. I think maybe Tony. Jules was yelled at for being on my panel. Why can't you handle a panel alone? Yeah, I don't know. Well, because she's scared. When people don't have a spine or like any stance, and I'm not saying this to be mean. I don't know her personally. I don't want to know her personally. But when they don't have a stance, when you have a podcast or you have a YouTube channel or some kind of platform and you don't have a stance on anything and you always have to have someone, you know, not one, but two people going on panel with you because you can't do it yourself, you might just not be cut out for it. And you might not be here for the right reasons. Very easily swayed. So much misinformation in this live, but it also put out, you know, some of the truths that we've been wondering about, and the pieces are coming together. They're unraveling. They're unraveling. The only reason that TikTok Tony is on YouTube right now is because those texts came out. It's because those texts came out. And that is why he is on YouTube. He's never been on YouTube ever. Now he's on here in the middle of the night at 4 a.m. Pass the sage, pass the pot. It's a wrap, folks. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, moderators. Everybody, we're going to run our credits. Hopefully they work. Let's see. Let's take a peek. They're not working, and it's pissing me off. So thank you so much, everybody that donated, became a member. No, I haven't shown the text. I'm waiting for Clue to show more because there's only a couple that related to me. There's one I'll show you guys, and I don't have any of the other ones yet, but I will try to like screenshot them or something if I can, because I know Clue said she's got a bunch that she's got to go through. They're out of order, etc. But take a look at this before you guys go. And make sure you hit that thumbs up. Please hit that thumbs up. Here is one of the screenshots. I'm waiting for Moa. This is between Madison, Jen, Chase, Tony, and Christina, whoever these people are. Probably K-Jen is the one that I said I overlaid. Chasing crime. I don't know who these fuckers are. But anyways, he says, Tony, that is, J is for justice, has been warned. I have her hubby's name. That's right. I think it went well. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You're being a Karen.
These people are just pieces of shit. So we will wait. That's bad enough right there. And he said, I'm not going to say I didn't type those. So he admitted it. So maybe Tony needs to get in his own little hot water, right? I have her. Yeah, his wife was attacked. And he's saying, I got J is for Justice's husband's name. She has been warned. Yeah, and there's more. There's definitely more. And he denied the authenticity of these texts in the beginning of the live. And then at the end, he said, I'm not going to deny that I typed everything in those texts. So that's an admission, in my opinion. And TikTok Tony, you're a piece of shit.
Sit down, bitch. Sit down.
I mean, who does this guy think he is? Jay's husband said, shut the fuck up, or I'd imagine he would. Pretty much. He's a gossipy little bitch, isn't he, Leo? Leo, it's so good to see you, too. Last night, Tony was blaming JLR for the overlay. Yeah, I know. JLR plays lives through his phone to his computer. Yeah, he's overlaying shit during a live. Tony, you're an idiot. Brittney, you're stupid for entertaining it. I can't take it. Just stop. You guys are the ones that need to move on.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
All right, guys, I love ya. Wash your clothes and drift until the next one. Let's do this. Dance it out, guys. I love you all. Thank you so much. Bye. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Oh, by the way, join me 9 o'clock tonight for a premiere. We're going to be going back in Chris Watts. We're going to Watts it out Sunday and Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Chris Watts, Polygraph, and Interrogation. And we're going to have live chat so we can talk about it. I cleaned up the audio. You can hear every word. Every word in the Chris Watts, Interrogation, and Polygraph. Be there or be square. I love you guys. Dance this motherfucker out.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much, and now you don't feel the way you felt when we were younger. But that's okay for me, 'cause